Methodist Day, one of my favorite days of the Helping Hand calendar. I'm Darren Thompson. I will be your auction for the day. Before we get started, we have donations in the amount of $4,395 to start the day. The list is a little bit long, so we're going to go ahead and go through that. Donations made by Gene Howe, Dr. Jim and Jane Robertson, Dorothy Gale, Fred and Ann Patterson, Elaine Martin, James and Louise Pascal in honor of Jim and Jackie Bundy, Annette Young, Terry Edwards, Emery and Melinda Bradley, Charlotte Mann in memory of Jimmy Mann, Sam Lemons, Henry County Monument Works, Carla Lau or Sissy Lau, Sherry O'Brien in honor of Cindy Lowe, Johnny and Kathy Petrie, Joseph and Karen Geary, Ken and Marcia Benesowitz. I know it's not NASA. I got it. I remembered it. Vicki VZ Morris and Jean Hessing, which brings our year-to-date total to $279,880. You got that? Okay. We've got 23 slates today. We have, I believe, 10 or so tonight. We will have an in-house auction tonight. We also have a silent auction here in the building. We have a number of items along the wall and back in the hallway there. The silent auction will end at 4:30. The results will be available after 6:30. So if you find your way up here, be sure to take a look at all of the silent auction items and bid high, of course. And if you're in-house on the phone, let's do what we always do, bid high and bid often. Like I said, we've got 23 slates today, so we're going to go ahead and get started with slate number 1. And the first item up for bid is a 5-flavor pound cake. It's a 9-inch bundt cake with cream cheese icing donated by Kathy Thompson for First United Methodist Church. We have fried peach pies, 6 homemade fried peach pies in a 9x13-inch box donated by Jay and Deb Walker. We have s'mores cookies, 24 large s'mores cookies with chocolate chips and marshmallows donated by Haley Robinson. Let's get a good bid on those s'mores cookies. Next we have black and blue bread with lemon glaze donated by Darlene McKee. That sounds like that's good. We have chocolate-covered potato chips, 8-inch square, heart-decorated tin filled with chocolate-covered potato chips donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Let's get a good bid on those. We have a chili basket, 4 cups of beef and bean chili in a reusable container, 12-ounce box of honey butter biscuit mix, a 3-ounce bag of Fritos, and 6 oatmeal chocolate chip cookies, all in a clear plastic bin. Donated by Stephanie Salin. Let's get a good bid on the chili basket. Next we have lasagna in a 9x13 aluminum pan with baking instructions donated by Jennifer Cronin. We have turkey tetrazzini meal, an 8x8 pan of turkey tetrazzini with 4-ounce Caesar salad, 2 croissants, 8 chocolate chip cookies donated by Jane Etheridge. Next we have a Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket. It's 6 cups Mississippi pot roast, 16-ounce sliced provolone cheese, 10-ounce A1 sauce, 16-ounce bottle of mild giardiniera, 15-ounce bag Philly steak buns in a plastic dish pan donated by Nolan Poteet. So I'm sure that is to be delicious. Isn't it, Nolan? Yeah. Did you cook that? All right. Next, we have homemade greeting cards, 6 assorted handmade cards with envelopes. They are gorgeous, donated by Bobby and Sid Trevelyan for First United Methodist Church. Those are the items starting us out on slate number 1. Here are the bids. On the 5-flavor pound cake, we have a $15 opening bid by Jim Robertson. On the fried peach pies, we had a $10 opening bid by Nancy Moore. Now, is that you, Kay? Kay Faust is now at $15. On the s'mores cookies, we have a $10 opening bid by Jim Bundy. On the black and blue bread, we have a $10 opening bid by Jackie Bundy. And on the chocolate-covered potato chips, we have a $10 opening bid by Nancy Moore. On the chili basket, we have a $15 opening bid by Catherine Moore. On the lasagna, Katie Dodd opened that at $20. Now Megan Higgins is at $25. On the turkey tetrazzini meal, we have a $10 opening bid by Jackie Bundy. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, I have that at $20 as an opening bid, and still looking for an opening bid on the homemade greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. We have more people starting to file in here. Need the phones ringing. We only have one occupied. Again, 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the 5-flavor pound cake, Jim Robertson still at $15. On the fried peach pies, Kay was at $15. Jackie Bundy said $20. Now Kay is back at $25. So Jackie, you're out on the fried peach pies. On the s'mores cookies, Jim Bundy still at $10. On the black and blue bread, we now have a $15 bid from Catherine Moore. So Jackie Bundy is out there. On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Nancy Moore still at $10. On the chili basket, Catherine Moore still at $15. On the lasagna, Megan Higgins was at $25. Now Katie Dial is at $30. So Megan, you're out on the lasagna. On the turkey tetrazzini meal, Jackie Bundy still at $10. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, I had that at $20. Then Brian Tusa came in strong with a $50 bid. Good job, Brian Tusa. On the handmade greeting cards, Carson Lynn is now at $5. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right, on the 5-flavor pound cake, Jim Robertson's still at $15. If there are no new bids next time around, that's going to sell. That needs to go for more than $15. On the fried peach pies, Kay Faust was at $25. Now Terry Murphy says $30. And now we have another bid, $35 by Kay Faust. So Terry Murphy, you're out on the fried peach pies. On the s'mores cookies, Jim Bundy's still at $10. If there are no new bids next time around, that's going to sell. Again, those were made by our pastor, Haley Robinson. So let's get a good bid on the s'mores cookies. On the black and blue bread, Catherine Moore. Are those both supposed to be?
Hey, this black and blue bread, we've got two $15 bids. Is TJ Nash here?
We already had. Hey, TJ, we already had a $15 bid on the black and blue bread, so if you want any more, please give us a call back. Catherine Moore had that at $15 last time around. On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Terry Murphy's now at $20, so Nancy Moore's out there. On the chili basket, Catherine Moore still at $15. We need more on the chili basket. 15 is way too low. In case y'all don't know, Methodists, we are in a competition with the said church on the other side. On lasagna, Katie Dow was at $30. Megan Higgins came back at $35. Now Larry Watson is at $40. So Megan and Katie, you're out on the lasagna. Larry Watson has that at $40. On the turkey tetrazzini meal, Jackie Bundy was at $10. Now Denise Dunn is at $15. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, Brian Tusa was at $50. Haley Edwards is now at $60. Brian, do you want any more? Brian Tusa says $70 on the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket. Haley Edwards, you're out. On the homemade greeting cards, Carson Lynn was at $5. Cecilia Hopper was at $6. Haley Robinson at $10. And then Mary Jane Murphy is now at $20 on the homemade greeting cards. So Haley, Cecilia, and Carson, you're out on the greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All phones are unoccupied. Let's get those ringing. On the 5-flavor pound cake, Manette Veazey is now at $20. So, Doc, you're out there. 25 says Jim Robertson on that cake. 40 says Manette Veazey. He shakes his head no. So, Manette Veazey right now, $40 on the 5-flavor pound cake. On the fried peach pies, K-Fowl still at $35. Jim Bunny's going to get the s'mores cookies for $10. On the black and blue bread, that's okay. On the black and blue bread, Catherine Moore was at 15. Now Beth Flint is at 20. Does Catherine want more? On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Terry Murphy still at 20. If there are no new bids next time around, those will sell. Same as the chili basket. Jim Robertson is at $20 on the. That is a new bid, isn't it? That is a new bid. Jim Robertson at $20 on the chili basket. So Catherine Moore, you're out there. On the lasagna, Larry Watson was at 40. Mary Lodge came in at 45. Katie Dial said 50. Now Nolan Poteet is at 55 on the lasagna. So Katie, Mary, Larry, you're all out on the lasagna. Denise Dunn still at 15 on the turkey tetrazzini meal. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, Brian Tusa still at $70. On the homemade greeting cards, Mary Jane Murphy was at 20. Beth Flint came in with a $25 bid. So Mary Jane and Haley, you're out on the homemade greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the 5-flavor pound cake, Manette Veazey still at $40. On the fried peach pies, Kay Fowl still at $35. Beth Flint still at $20 on the black and blue bread. Terry Murphy still at $20 on the chocolate-covered potato chips. Jim Robinson still at $20 on the chili basket. On the lasagna, Nolan Poteet was at 55. Katie Dial said 70. Nolan, do you want any more on the lasagna? He says no. On the turkey tetrazzini meal, Jim Robertson is at $17. Denise Dunn, you're out. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, Brian Tusa is still at $70. On the homemade greeting cards, Beth Flint was at $25. Now Haley Robinson comes back with a $30 bid. So, Beth, you're out on the homemade greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. We're about to start selling some items here on slate number 1. On the 5-flavor pound cake, Manette Veazey is at $40. She's going to get that for $40. On the fried peach pies, Kay Faust is going to get those for $35. On the black and blue bread, Beth Flint is going to get those for $20. On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Nancy Moore with a new bid of $25. Terry Murphy, you're out. Do you want any more? Terry Murphy, do you want any more on the chocolate-covered potato chips? They're at $25. Okay. Nancy Moore is $25 on the chocolate-covered potato chips. On the chili basket, Jim Robertson was at $20. Larry Watson comes back at $25. On the lasagna, Katie Dial was at $70. Now Tracy Wilson comes in with an $80 bid on the lasagna. So, Katie, you're out. Let us know if you want any more, please, quickly. On the turkey tetrazzini meal, Jim Robertson still at $17. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, Brian Tusa was at $70. Haley Edwards, $75. Brian Tusa says that he's done. So right now, Haley Edwards has that at $75. Give us a call here within the next couple of minutes because we're about to sell everything that I have. On the homemade greeting cards, Haley Robinson is at $30 on the greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Not getting any new bids in-house. Phones aren't ringing, so the chocolate-covered potato chips can go to Nancy Moore for $25. Larry Watson's at $25 on the chili basket. Tracy Wilson is at $80 on the lasagna. Jim Robertson's going to get the turkey tetrazzini meal for $17. On the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, Haley Edwards is at $75, and Haley Robinson is at $30 on the greeting cards. I'll give you 30 seconds for any new bids, or we're going to sell the remaining 4 items, which are the chili basket, lasagna, Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket, and the greeting cards. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right. Time's up. Chili baskets can go to Larry Watson for $25. Tracy Wilson's going to get the lasagna for $80. Haley Edwards is going to get the Mississippi pot roast sandwich basket for $75, and the homemade greeting cards are going to go to Haley Robinson for $30. That gets us through Slate 1. First item on Slate number 2 is a strawberry cake with buttercream icing and fresh strawberries. donated by Tony and Amy Lawrence for First United Methodist Church. Next, we have a 9-inch pecan pie donated by Glenda and Larry Watson. Let's get a great bid on that pecan pie. Next, we have sourdough bread. It's 8 inches around, donated by Haley Robinson for First United Methodist Church. We have chicken spaghetti, an 8x8 pan of spaghetti, chicken spaghetti that is cooked, donated by Bonnie Stiles. Next, we have a vegetable soup meal. 1 pint homemade vegetable soup, 1 pint pimento cheese, plus pineapple, 2 small sleeves of crackers, 6 cornbread muffins in a plastic reusable harvest basket with a dish towel, donated by Randall and Deborah Perkins for First United Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the vegetable soup meal. Next, we have breakfast enchiladas. 9x13 baking pan of breakfast enchiladas with turkey sausage. Has sour cream and salsa to serve. Donated by Kim and Sammy Cox for First United Methodist Church. Next, we have stuffed pork tenderloin. It's a 12x7 pan of pork tenderloin stuffed with chives and onion cream cheese and green chilies, wrapped in bacon. It's heat and eat, and it is delicious. Donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson for First United Methodist Church. Next, we have deviled eggs. What do you think that says? Oh, this is the word that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, we were talking about this morning. It's crudite. Yeah, yo. What's that? I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce the with part. I don't know. I saw them earlier and they look fantastic. I need a phonetic. Crudite. Deviled eggs with crudite.
Who knew?
Donated by Fred and Celia Hopper. I don't know how to say it, but the deviled eggs look fantastic. Donated again by Fred and Celia Hopper. Let's get a good bid on the deviled eggs. Next, we have poppy seed chicken, a 9x13 foil pan of poppy seed chicken with baking instructions included. Donated by Glenda and Larry Watson. Let's get a good bid on the poppy seed chicken. And next, we have an 18-pack of eggs, farm fresh, unwashed, by Chuck and Joy Botnott, friends of Brian and Tammy Nelson for First United Methodist Church. 12.5 eggs. Let's get a good bid on that. After one slate and the donations earlier, we are at $6,321 on the day. All right, those are the items on slate number 2. Here are the bids. On the strawberry cake, Kay Faust opened that up at $20. Bobby Trevelyan came back at $50. On the sourdough bread, $25 opening bid from Catherine Moore. On the pecan pie, Allison Evans said $10. Then Jody Robinson said $30. Now Allison Evans is back at $30. So Jody, you're out on the pecan pie. On the chicken, $35. Yep. On the chicken spaghetti, Denise Dunn opens that up at $10. And on the vegetable soup meal, Kay Faust is at $10. Folks, that vegetable soup meal needs a whole lot more than $10. On the breakfast enchiladas, Megan Higgins opens those up at $30. On the stuffed pork tenderloin, Bobby Trevelyan opened it up at $50. Nolan Poteet came back at $55. So, Bobby, you're out on the stuffed pork tenderloin. And I see Nolan staring you down. So, let's just go ahead and get it going right here. Early on. Let's go. What do you want, Bobby?
30, 55, nothing, 25, nothing.
We do 70? 70. Okay. $70, says Bobby Trevelyan. 75 says Nolan Poteet. 80 says Bobby Trevelyan. Oh. Well, that didn't last long. Right now, Bobby Trevelyan has it at $80. So it went 55 and then 70 Bobby, 75 Nolan, and now Bobby is at 80. On the deviled eggs, $10 opening bid by Jackie Bundy. On the 18 package of eggs, Mary Jane Murphy opens those up at $10. On the poppy seed chicken, Stephen Watson opens that up at $25. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Crudité. What exactly is it? Raw vegetables with dip. Makes sense. Sounds French. Throw that away for me. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right, back on the strawberry cake, Bobby Trevelyan is at $50. On the pecan pie, Allison Williams still at $35. Catherine Moore still at $25 on the sourdough bread. On the chicken spaghetti, Denise Dunn was at $10. Frosty Yunker says $30. So, Denise, you're out. On the vegetable soup, Kay Faust opened that up 10, and then Kim Cox said 20. Now, Belinda Coates says 25. Still needs more. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the breakfast enchiladas, Megan Higgins still at $30. On the stuffed pork tenderloin, Bobby Trevelyan at $80. It still needs more. On the deviled eggs, Jackie Bundy was at 10. Jen Robertson said 12. Now Bob Linden is at 15. On the poppy seed chicken, Stephen Watson was at 25. Terry Murphy says 30. Mary Jane Murphy still at $10 on the 18 farm fresh eggs. That's less than $1 an egg, folks. Let's get a higher bid on the eggs. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Let's give those phones rings. We got 2 of the 3 working. On the strawberry cake, Bobby Trevelyan still at $50. If there are no new bids next time around, that's going to sell. On the pecan pie, Allison Evans was at $35. Katie Dial now says $40. So, Allison, you're out on the pecan pie. On the sourdough bread, Catherine Moore was at $25. Kim Cox is now at $30. Frosty still at $30 on the chicken spaghetti. On the breakfast enchiladas, Megan Higgins is at $30. I'll go $35 on the breakfast enchiladas. Let it begin. Put me down for $35 there, please. On the stuffed pork tenderloin, Bobby Trevelyan still at $80. On the deviled eggs, Bob Linden's at $15. On the poppy seed chicken, Terry Murphy was at $30. Jim Bundy comes in with a $40 bid. Mary Jane Murphy still at $10 on the eggs. On the strawberry cake, it's going to go to Bobby Trevelyan for $50. It's sold. On the pecan pie, Katie Dial still at $40. On the sourdough bread, Kim Cox was at $30. Catherine Moore is now at $35. So, Kim, you're out on the sourdough bread. Frosty at $30 on the chicken spaghetti. On the vegetable soup, Belinda Coates was at $25. Kim Cox came back with a $30 bid. Now Cindy Carter is at $35. So Kim and Belinda, you're both out on the vegetable soup. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the breakfast enchiladas, I was at $35. Megan Higgins comes back at $40. On the stuffed pork chicken, Bobby Trevelyan's going to get that for $80. He got that on a steal. On the deviled eggs, Bob Linden is at $15. On the poppy seed chicken, Jim Bundy was at $40. Now Mary Lodge is at $50 on the poppy seed chicken. So Jim Bundy, Terry Murphy, you're out on the poppy seed chicken. Mary Jane Murphy's going to get the eggs for $10. Talk about a steal there. On the pecan pie, Katie Dial is going to get the pecan pie for $40. It's sold. On the sourdough bread, Catherine Moore still at $35. On the chicken spaghetti, Larry Watson's now at $40. Frosty, you're out on the chicken spaghetti. Do you want more? $45? Frosty says $45 on the chicken spaghetti. Is Larry been calling in? Okay. Larry, give us a call if you want any more on the chicken spaghetti. Frosty is now at $45. $60 on the chicken spaghetti. Larry Watson says, no. Poppy seed chicken. Okay. Frosty still at $45 on the chicken spaghetti. On the Larry Watson. Yeah. Huh. All right, on the vegetable soup meal, Cindy Carter was at $35. Kim Cox is now at $40. So, Cindy, you're out on the vegetable soup. Megan Higgins is going to get the breakfast enchiladas for $40. On the deviled eggs, Bob Linden's going to get those for $15. On the poppy seed chicken, Larry Watson at $60 on the poppy seed chicken. I have, Larry Watson we have at $60 on the poppy seed chicken. So, Mary Lodge, you're out. Do you want any more, Mary? 65 says Mary Lodge on the poppy seed chicken. That's how we alleviate that problem.
Okay, that's all right, Mary, because it's already up. Your bid's already gone. So what did you bid?
All right, 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the sourdough bread, Kim Cox is at $40. Now we're at $70 on the poppy seeds. Vern Steedley. Sorry about that, Vern. Vern Steedley is at $70.
I got you. Okay, gotcha.
Mary says that she's done.
By who?
Catherine Moore.
On the chicken spaghetti.
Mary Catherine Moore.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep. On the vegetable soup meal, Kim Cox is at $40 on the vegetable soup meal. Catherine Moore now at $45. Whoop. On the chicken spaghetti. I'm kind of getting all over the place here. On the chicken spaghetti, Frosty was at $45. Larry Watson said $50. You sure? Okay. Frosty says he's done, so Larry Watson is at $50. We'll let that go one more time around. On the sourdough bread, Mary Catherine Moore is at $45 on the sourdough bread. Kim Cox, you're out. Let us know quickly if you want any more. On the vegetable soup, Kim Cox is going to get that for $40. On the poppy seed chicken, Vern Steedley is at $70. Mary says that she's done. Larry, call us if you want any more on the poppy seed chicken. We'll give you 30 seconds. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right, phones aren't ringing. No new bids in-house. Frosty says he's done on the chicken spaghetti, so Larry Watson's going to get that for $50. Haven't heard from Kim Cox. Sourdough bread is going to go to Mary Catherine Moore for $45. We'll give Larry a couple more seconds on the poppy seed chicken. Right, I was giving him. Oh, he didn't bid on it. So that was our mistake. Vern Staley's going to get the poppy seed chicken for $70. I got you. All right, that takes us through slate number 2. First item on slate number 3 is a Heath Bar cake in an 8x12 aluminum pan donated by John and Paula Perkins. We have a Kentucky Derby pie, 9-inch Kentucky Derby pie with chocolate chips and pecans donated by Bobby and Sid Trevelyan. Next, we have caramel nut clusters made with butterscotch bits and peanut butter bits and mixed nuts donated by Charlotte Moody. Let's get a good bid on those. Next, we have nuts and bolts, 12 cups of nuts and bolts with cereals, pretzels, mixed nuts topped with seasoned buttery Worcestershire mixture donated by Danny and Manette Vesey. Let's get a good bid on the nuts and bolts. Next, we have smoked cream cheese, 8-ounce smoked cream cheese, seasoned with Killer Hogs barbecue rub, 10.5-ounce green pepper jelly, and 8.5-ounce wheat thins, donated by Kim and Sammy Cox. Next, we have chicken enchiladas, 9x13 creamy chicken enchiladas with baking instructions, donated by Glenda and Larry Watson. Let's get a good bid on the chicken enchiladas. Next, we have a quiche, 9-inch round bacon, spinach, mushroom, and Swiss cheese quiche, donated by Spencer and Elizabeth Craig. We have a hash brown casserole, 9x11 foil pan hash brown casserole topped with rich crackers and cheese, donated by Brian Tusa. Let's get a good bid on the hash brown casserole. Next, we have Italian beef hoagies, 2.5 pounds of slow-cooked beef chuck roast in a 9x13 foil pan, 6-count package hoagie buns, whole onion and provolone cheese, reheating and sautéing instructions included, to assemble and enjoy, donated by Linda Fields. Let's get a good bid on the Italian. I tell you what, I'll start those. It's at 50, perfect. Next, we have a child's hand-knitted hat. It's a wool blend in colors of beige, gold, green, and orange, donated by Bonnie Stiles for First United Methodist Church. Those are the items on slate number 2. Here are the bids. On the Heath Bar Cake, Allison Evans starts that off at 10. On the Kentucky Derby Pie, Megan Higgins starts that at 40. On the Caramel Nut Cluster, Cindy Carter says 25. On the Nuts and Bolts, Denise Dunn started it at 20, and Mary Catherine Moore comes in at 25. On the Smoked Cream Cheese, actually, I'll start that off at $10. I'm going to open up the Smoked Cream Cheese. Well, I'd set it at 10. What? Okay, perfect. Cindy Carter at $25 now on the Smoked Cream Cheese. On the Chicken Enchiladas, Bobby Trevelyan opens that at 25. On the quiche, again, it's a bacon, spinach, mushroom, and Swiss cheese quiche. Cecilia Hopper opens that up at 30. On the hash brown casserole, Katie Dial opens that at 25. On the Italian beef hoagies, Jim Bundy says 50. And looking for an opening bid on the child's hand-knitted hat. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Heath Bar Cake, we got a new bid coming in. 25 says Catherine Moore. On the Heath Bar Cake, we just got 25. Who was it? Kim Cox, call us back. We just got an in-house bid of $25 right before you called in for the Heath Bar Cake. On the Kentucky Derby Pie, Megan Higgins opened that up at 40. Now, Jody Robinson is at 45. 50 says Megan Higgins on the Kentucky Derby Pie. On the Caramel Nut Cluster, Cindy Carter still at 25. Mary Catherine Moore still at 25 on the Nuts and Bolts. On the Smoked Cream Cheese, Cindy Carter still at 25. Bobby Trevelyan still at 25 on the Chicken Enchiladas. Cecilia Hopper still at 30 on the quiche. Katie Dial still at 25 on the hash brown casserole. Jim Bundy still at 50 on the Italian beef hoagies. How this works, folks, is we get an opening bid and then you call in or tell us in-house what you want. We need more on these bids. On the child's hand-knitted hat, Jackie Bundy still is at $10. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Heath Bar Cake, Catherine Moore was at 25. Kim Cox now says 30 on the Heath Bar Cake. 35 says Mary Catherine Moore on the Heath Bar Cake. So, Kim Cox, let us know if you want any more on the Heath Bar Cake. On the Kentucky Derby Pie, Megan Higgins still at $50. On the Caramel Nut Clusters, Cindy Carter still at $25. Cindy Carter still at $25 on the Smoked Cream Cheese. On the Chicken Enchiladas, Bobby Trevelyan was at 25. Mary Lodge is now at 35. 40. Bobby Trevelyan now at $40 on the Chicken Enchiladas. On the quiche, Cecilia Hopper was at 30. Now Frosty is at 40. Katie Dial still at 25. Give me 30 on the hash brown casserole. On the Italian beef hoagies, Jim Bundy was at 50. I'll do 60. On the child's hand-knitted hat, Jackie Bundy still at 10. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Heath Bar Cake, Mary Catherine Moore still at 35. On the Kentucky Derby Pie, Megan Higgins still at 50. Cindy Carter is going to get the Caramel Nut Clusters for 25. On the Nuts and Bolts, Mary Catherine Moore was at 25. Now Cindy Carter is at 30. And Mary Catherine says she's done on the Nuts and Bolts. Cindy Carter, on the Smoked Cream Cheese, Cindy Carter is going to get that for 25. It's sold. On the Chicken Enchiladas, Bobby Trevelyan was at 40. Mary Lodge now says 50. I'll tell you what, y'all are sitting right next to each other. Let's just hash this out.
I got it. 35. Take it down.
That's right, Mary. Where's?
What are we looking at?
Oh, Bobby, did you want more on the? You're done? Oh. Well, that was anticlimactic. Mary Lodge is $50 on the chicken enchilada. On the quiche, Frosty was at 40. Cecilia Hopper's now at 45. Frosty, did you want any more on the quiche? It's at $45. 50 says Frosty on the quiche. On the hash brown casserole, I was at 30. Katie Dial says 35. On the Italian beef hoagies, I was at 60. Jim Bundy comes back at 75. On the child's hand-knitted hat, Jackie Bundy's going to get that for 10. Phones have stopped ringing. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Heath Bar cake, Kim Cox came back at $40. Did you want any more on the...
I hear somebody clicking their pen.
No,
That's driving me crazy.
it's right here. Kim Cox now at $40 on the Heath Bar cake. I believe Mary Catherine says that she's done. Is that right? Okay. Megan Higgins is going to get the Kentucky Derby pie for 50. On the nuts and bolts, Kim Cox is now at 35. Cindy Carter, do you want any more? Let us know quickly. Mary Lodge is going to get the chicken enchiladas for 50. Frosty is at 50 on the quiche. Cecilia, let us know if you want any more. On the hash brown casserole, Katie Dial is going to get that for 35. Jim Bundy's going to get the Italian beef hoagies for 75. Got the Heath Bar cake. Kim Cox is at 40. Nuts and bolts, Kim Cox is at 35. And Frosty is at 50 on the quiche. All right, no new bid on the quiche. Frosty's going to get that for 50. On the Heath Bar cake, Kim Cox is going to get that for 40. And now we have a new bid on the nuts and bolts. Cindy Carter says 40. Kim Cox, let us know if you want any more quickly. This is the last item that I have on slate number 3. And while we wait for a response there, after 2 slates, we are at $6,761 so far. All right, Kim, I'll give you 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a quick 15. Cindy Carter's going to get the nuts and bolts for 40, and we're going to head back to the station for a word from our sponsors. We'll see you on the other side. It is First United Methodist Day. I am Darren Thompson, your auction for today, and answering the phones and recording your bids are Spring Hill and Friends. And we are having a fantastic time. She just said Spring Hill and Friends. Well, we Methodists, we're just going to leave it at Spring Hill and Friends. After 3 slates, we are at $7,161 on the day. All right, first item on slate number 4 is an old-fashioned caramel cake, 8 inches in diameter, old-fashioned 3-layer caramel cake donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. I'm sure that's going to bring a fantastic bid from somebody. Next, we have no-bake peanut butter bars, approximately 1 dozen pieces of no-bake peanut butter bars with peanut butter, graham crackers, dark chocolate in a foil pan, no nuts, donated by Shirley Thorpe for First United Methodist Church. Next, we have banana nut bread, 9x5 loaf of banana nut bread with pecans, donated by Tammy Nielsen. Let's get a good bid on the banana nut bread. Next, we have Captain Rodney's dip and crackers, a 9-inch foil pan of Captain Rodney's dip with jalapenos, 8.5-ounce box of wheat thins, donated by Nolan, Shauna, London, and Bella Poteet. Sorry, Nolan. Next, we have chicken and dumplings, half-gallon chicken and dumplings, box of cornbread mix, and 6 Brenda's chocolate chip cookies, a reusable bowl with a dish towel and a plastic rectangular container, donated by Frosty and Brenda Yunker. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have corn salad, 1 quart corn salad with corn, onion, bell peppers, cherry tomatoes, and mayo, donated by Charlotte Moody. Let's get a good bid on the corn salad. Next, we have shrimp and grits, 3 quarts, shrimp and grits with cheddar cheese in a 10.5 by 16 stoneware dish, donated by Kim and Sammy Cox. We have another pork tenderloin with chive and onion cream cheese and green chilies wrapped in bacon, heat and eat, in an 11 by 17-inch aluminum pan, donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson. Let's get a good bid on the pork tenderloin. Next, we have a pizza. It's a 12-inch homemade pizza. Alfredo sauce, mushrooms, steamed fresh spinach, bacon pieces, tomatoes, black forest ham, and white cheeses on an aluminum pan, donated by Danny and Manette Veazey. From what I'm hearing, those are always delicious. And last item on slate number 4 is a cookbook, Healthier Together Cookbook by Liz Moody, Recipes for 2, donated by Kay Stark for First United Methodist Church. Those are the items on slate number 4. Here are the bids. On the old-fashioned caramel cake, Terry Murphy opened it up at 40. Kay Faust came back at 50. On the no-bake peanut butter bars, Jackie Bundy says 10. On the banana nut bread, Phyllis Fleeg says 10. On the Captain Rodney's dip and crackers, I'll open that at 15. On the chicken and dumplings, Terry Murphy opened that up at 30. Now Larry Watson says 40. So, Terry, you're out on the chicken and dumplings. On the shrimp and grits, Megan Higgins opens that up at 50. On the pork tenderloin, Nolan Poteet says 25. I'll say 40. Put me down for 40 here. On the corn salad, Carson Lynn opens that up at 10. Now Deborah Jasper is at 15. On the pizza, Terry Murphy opened it up at 20. Then Denise Dunn said 30. Now Bobby Trevelyan is at 35. So Denise and Terry, you're out on the pizza. And looking for an opening bid on the cookbook, Jim Bundy, $10. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the no-bake peanut butter bars, Jackie Bundy still at 10. Phyllis Fleeg still at $10 on the banana nut bread. On the old-fashioned caramel cake, Kay Faust was at 50. Terry Murphy is now at 60. On the Captain Rodney's dip and crackers, I have that at $10. On the chicken and dumplings, Larry Watson still at $40. On the corn salad, Deborah Jasper still at 15. Megan Higgins was at 50 on the shrimp and grits. Now Sandra Crawford is at 60. Megan. 70. Megan Higgins, $70 on the shrimp and grits. On the pizza, Bobby Trevelyan was at 35. Now Kim Cox is at $40. So Bobby and Denise, you're out on the pizza. On the pork tenderloin, I was at 40. Nolan Poteet came back at 50. Now TJ Nash is at 60. I'll go 70 on the pork tenderloin. And Jim Bundy still at $10 on the cookbook. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the old-fashioned caramel cake is at $60 right now, Terry Murphy, but we may have a new bid coming. Tommy and Paulette Moody now say $70 on the old-fashioned caramel cake. So, Terry Murphy, you're out. Jim Robertson now at $12 on the no-bake peanut butter bars. On the banana nut bread, Phyllis Fleeg was at 10, and Kim Cox at 15. Now, Mary Lodge is at 20. So, Kim and Phyllis, you're both out on the banana nut bread. On the Captain Rodney's dip and crackers, I was at $10. Brian Tusa says $35. On the chicken and dumplings, Larry Watson's still at $40. If y'all don't watch out, Larry Watson's going to get a steal on the chicken and dumplings. Chicken and dumplings, Bruce Reed says $50. On the corn salad, Deborah Jasper was at 15. Now Carson Lynn is back at 20. So, Deborah, you're out on the corn salad. On the pork tenderloin, I was at $70. TJ Nash came back at 85. I'll do 100 on the pork tenderloin. On the shrimp and grits, Megan Higgins was at 70. Then Sandra Crawford said 80. Now Rob Wells says 100. 110. 110 says Megan Higgins on the shrimp and grits. So Rob and Sandra, you're out on the shrimp and grits. Pork tenderloin, I'm at $100. On the pizza, Bobby Trevelyan was at 35. Kim Cox is now at 40. Bobby, did you want any more on the pizza? Jim Bundy's going to get the cookbook for $10. On the caramel cake, Tommy Moody's still at $70. So, Terry, you're out. Terry Murphy, you're out on the caramel cake. Jim Robertson's still at $12 on the no-bake peanut butter bars. He's got it at 50. Yeah. On the banana nut bread, Mary Lodge still at $20. On the Captain Rodney's dip, Brian Toos is still at $35. We've got some action going on the chicken and dumplings. I'll come back to it. On the corn salad. On the corn salad, Carson Lynn still at $20. On the pork tenderloin, I was at 100. TJ Nash is at 115. On the pizza, Kim Cox still at $40. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the shrimp and grits, Megan Higgins was at 110. Now Sandra Crawford is at 120. You said 150? 130, Megan Higgins on the shrimp and grits. I don't like the way you're looking at me. What's that? Right now? On the shrimp and grits, Megan Higgins is at 130. So, Sandra Crawford, you're out on the shrimp and grits. On the pork tenderloin, TJ Nash still at 115. Kim Cox is going to get the pizza for $40. That's sold. On the old-fashioned caramel cake, Tommy Moody still at $70. Does Terry Murphy want any more on that? He was here. Nope. Yep. I'm getting no. Jim Robertson is going to get the no-bake peanut butter bars for $12. Mary Lodge is going to get the banana nut bread for $20. Brian Toos is going to get the Captain Rodney's dip for $35. On the chicken and dumplings, Bruce Reed was at 50. Larry Watson said 65. Now Bruce Reed is back at 75. So Larry Watson, you're out on the chicken and dumplings. Carson Lynn is going to get the corn salad for $20. Megan Higgins still at 130 on the shrimp and grits. TJ Nash is going to get the pork tenderloin for $115. Good helping hand bid. Thank you. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the caramel cake, Tommy Moody's going to get that for $70. It's sold. On the chicken and dumplings, Bruce Reed is still at 75, and Megan Higgins is still at 130 on the shrimp and grits. We'll give you a few seconds to call in on the chicken and dumplings and the shrimp and grits. Again, Megan Higgins 130 on the shrimp and grits, and chicken and dumplings is Bruce Reed at $75. Going once. Going twice. Chicken and dumplings are going to be sold to Bruce Reed for $75, and the shrimp and grits are going to go to Megan Higgins for $130. That takes us through slate number 4. First item on slate number 5 is a Jewish apple cake. It's a 9-inch round, perfect coffee cake with walnuts and fresh apples in a stoneware plate, donated by Jane and John Etheridge. Next, we have a maple glazed salmon meal. That sounds good. An 8x11 Purex dish of smoked maple glazed salmon, a bag of bite-sized red potatoes, a bag of jalapeno popper chopped salad, and a pan of Sister Schubert rolls, donated by Sammy and Kim Cox for Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the salmon meal. Next, we have cookies and gift certificates. 6 chocolate chip cookies and a $24 gift certificate to Mama T's Treatery. The cookies are served on a quarter sheet pan with a blue and white dish towel, donated by Bonnie Stiles. Next we have chili dips, a 9x13 aluminum pan of chili dip with cream cheese and fiesta cheese and a small bag of fresh jalapenos and a 12-ounce bag of Tostitos chips, donated by Terry Murphy. Let's get a good bid on the chili dip. Next we have sausage and cream cheese bites, 12 sausage cream cheese bites, donated by Megan and Michael Higgins. I'll start those off at $25. Next, we have Monterey chicken spaghetti casserole. It's a 9x13 pan of Monterey chicken spaghetti with chicken sour cream, chicken soup, spinach, Monterey Jack cheese, garlic, fresh fried onions, ready to bake, donated by Glenda and Larry Watson. Next, we have a breakfast box, 1 dozen eggs, Pillsbury buttered Tasting Grands biscuits, 8 of those, and 2 pounds of frozen bacon from Finn's Pig, donated by Marley and Finn Watson. Next, we have a ham dinner basket. It is a half Trollinger pulled picnic ham in an 8x8 pan, an 8x8 potato casserole, 7-ounce cracked green beans, 9 chocolate chip pecan cookies, and 8 Sister Schubert rolls, all in a white plastic basket, donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Let's get a good bid on the ham dinner basket. Next, we have a Boston butt box. It is a Boston butt, approximately 9 pounds smoked, Bill Street baked beans, an 8x8 aluminum pan, Lay's potato chips, it's an 8-ounce bag, an 8 count of artisan brioche buns, and a half giant skillet chocolate chip cookies, 4 slices, and a hand-stitched kitchen towel, donated by David and Leslie Burden for First United Methodist Church. Let's get a great bid on the Boston Butt Box. Next, we have an Allegro Variety Pack. It's a reusable plastic container filled with 5 Allegro marinades, original, teriyaki, honey garlic, Tennessee whiskey, and hot and spicy, donated by Carla Todd for the Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the Allegro Variety Pack. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 5. Here are the bids. On the Jewish apple cake, Beth Flint opened that up at $30. Now Terry Murphy is at $35. So Beth, you're out on the apple cake. On the maple glazed salmon meal, TJ Nash opened that up at $50. Now Linda McAdoo is at $60 on the salmon meal. So TJ, you're out on that. On the cookies and gift certificates, Deborah Jasper opens that up at $10. On the chili dip, Jackie Bundy opened it up at $10. Now Abby Dodd is at $15 on the chili dip. On the sausage and cream cheese bites, I opened that at $25. Then Mary Catherine Moore said $30. Now LaDonna Marshall is at $35. I'll say $40. What? You're going to have to write it down. Can't take it from you. $50. $50 says Tracy Wilson on the sausage and cream cheese bites. Tracy Wilson. They're at 50 on the sausage and cream. They're at 50. Tracy Wilson. On the Monterey chicken spaghetti casserole, Carson Lynn opened that up at 20. Now Allison Evans is at 25. On the breakfast box, Katie Dial opened that up at 25. Now Amy Williams is at 35 on the breakfast box. So Katie, you're out. On the ham dinner basket, Nolan Poteet opened that up at 25. Then Bobby Trevelyan said 65. Now TJ Nash is at 75. So Bobby and Nolan, you're both out on the ham dinner basket. On the Boston butt box, Bobby Trevelyan opens that up at $75. It's a good bid, but it needs more. On the Allegro Variety Pack, Deborah Jasper says $20. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. You're listening to WHNY FM 104.7 and WHNY AM Paris, Henry, Tennessee. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Jewish apple cake, Terry Murphy was at 35. Now Beth Flint is at 50. So Terry, you're out on the apple cake. On the maple glazed salmon meal, Linda McAdoo was at 60. Now Jim Bundy is at 75. So Linda and TJ, you're both out on the maple glazed salmon meal. Deborah Jasper still at $10 on the cookies and the gift certificate. On the chili dip, Abby Dodd still at 15. On the sausage and cream cheese bites, Tracy Wilson was at 50. Now Kim Cox is at 55. So Tracy, you are out. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Monterey chicken spaghetti casserole, Allison Evans was at 25. Now Tracy Wilson is at 50. So Allison and Carson, you're out on the spaghetti casserole. On the breakfast box, Amy Williams was at 35. Katie Dial said 45. Now Larry Watson is at 50 on the breakfast box. So Katie and Amy, you're out on the breakfast box. On the ham dinner basket, TJ Nash was at 75. Then Bobby Trevelyan said 80. Now Harold Segal is at 90 on the ham dinner basket. Bobby and TJ, you're out there. On the Boston butt box, Bobby Trevelyan was at 75. Jackie Bundy came in with a $100 bid. Thank you, Jackie. On the Allegro Variety Pack, Deborah Jasper was at 20. Now Phyllis Fleeg is at 25. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All the phones are occupied, so if you call in and you get a business, then they'll call back. On the Jewish apple cake, Beth Flint still at 50. On the salmon meal, Jim Bundy still at 75. On the cookies and gift certificate, Katie Whitfield is now at 20, so Deborah Jasper, you're out. On the sausage and cream cheese bites, Kim Cox is at 55. On the maple glazed salmon meal, Jim Bundy was at 75. TJ Nash is at 100 now. So, Jim, you're out on the salmon meal. On the chili dip, Abby Dodd was at 15. Then Kim Cox said 20. Brian Tusa said 25. Katie Whitfield said 30. Now, Brian has come back at $35. So, Katie, Kim, Abby, you're out on the chili dip. Kim Cox still at 55 on the sausage and cream cheese bites. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Monterey chicken spaghetti casserole, Tracy Wilson was at 50. Jim Bundy is now at 60. So, Tracy, you're out on the Monterey chicken spaghetti casserole. On the breakfast box, Larry Watson was at 50. Amy Williams said 65. Now Katie Dial is at 70. So, Amy and Larry out on the breakfast box. On the ham dinner basket, Harold Segal was at 90. Bobby Trevelyan is now at $95 on the ham dinner basket. So, Harold Segal, you're out. On the Boston butt box, right? I have trouble saying it once. Jackie Bundy has at $100. Phyllis Fleeg is going to get the Allegro Variety Pack for $25. On the Jewish apple cake, Beth Flint's going to get that for $50. It is sold. On the maple glazed salmon meal, Jim Bundy was at TJ Nash still at $100 on the maple glazed salmon meal. Katie Whitfield is going to get the cookies and gift certificate for $20. On the chili dip, Brian Tusa was at 35. Kim Cox is now at 40. Brian says that he's done on the chili dip. On the sausage and cream cheese bites, Kim Cox was at 55. Mary Catherine Moore is now at 60. So, Kim, you're out on the sausage and cream cheese bites. Tracy, did you want any more on those? On the... All right, what about the spaghetti casserole? It's now at 60. Tracy, do you want any more on the spaghetti casserole? It's at 60. Okay. Well, I need this or this.
the woman.
Jim Bundy, still at $60 on the Monterey Chicken Spaghetti Casserole. Breakfast box. Katie Dial was at $70. Now Amy Williams said $75, and Larry Watson came back at $80 on the breakfast box. So Amy Williams, Katie Dial, you're out on the breakfast box. Bobby Trevelyan at $95 on the ham dinner basket. Boston Butt Box is going to go to Jackie Bundy for $100. On the Maple Glazed Salmon Meal, we haven't heard from Jim, so unless that's him, we're going to hold on a second. TJ Nash still at $100 on the Maple Glazed Salmon Meal. On the chili dip, Kim Cox is going to get that for $40. On the sausage and cream cheese bites, Kim Cox is now at $65. So Mary Catherine Moore is out on the sausage and cream cheese bites. Mary Catherine Moore said she's done. Okay. TJ Nash is going to get the Maple Glazed Salmon Meal for $100. It's sold. On the Monterey Chicken Spaghetti Casserole, Jim Bundy's going to get that for $60. On the breakfast box, Larry Watson was at $80. Amy Williams came back at $90. So Larry Watson, you're out. Let us know if you want any more.
I'm not sure how you
Larry's out? Okay.
dig off, Harold dig off.
Yep. On the ham dinner basket, Bobby Trevelyan was at $95. Now Harold Segal is at $100. Bobby said he's good. So Harold Segal is going to get the ham dinner basket for $100. Amy Williams is at $90 on the breakfast box, and this is the last item that I have, and I've heard that Larry Watson is out, so Amy Williams is going to get the breakfast box for $90. And that takes us through slate number 5, and after 4 slates, we are at $7,288 today. First item on slate number 6 is a devil food cake, 2 layers, devil's food cake with chocolate buttercream frosting decorated with chocolate frosting rosettes in honor of Danny and Manette Veazey, donated by Jerry and Lana Joyner. How nice. Let's get a good bid on the devil's food cake. Next we have cream cheese Danish, an 8x12 pan of cream cheese Danish with almonds, donated by Danny and Manette Veazey. Next we have caramel brownies, 15 brownies with caramel and chocolate chips, donated by Linda Gillespie. Let's get a good bid on the caramel brownies. Next we have Chex Mix, 2 quarts of rice, corn, wheat Chex, goldfish, cashews, and pretzel sticks in a plastic reusable container, donated by Mitzi Parrish for First Methodist. Next we have onion dip and chips, 16-ounce onion dip and an 8-ounce bag of Ruffles chips in a plastic basket, donated by Charlotte Moody. Let's get a good bid on that. Next we have cream cheese chicken chili basket, 2 quarts chicken chili, 9-ounce bag Fritos, 16-ounce bag Fiesta blend cheese, 14-ounce bag Caesar salad, and 16 ounces of sour cream, donated by Michael and Megan Higgins. Let's get a good bid on that. Next we have lasagna. It's a 9x13 foil pan with homemade lasagna, baking instructions included, made by Jennifer Cronin for First Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the lasagna. Next, we have a New York strip steak dinner for 4. It is 4 New York strip steaks, 3 pounds total weight. Each are about 1 1/4 inches thick, with a jar of black garlic and truffle rub seasoning, family-size Caesar salad, family-size Bob Evans mashed potatoes, a loaf of bread, and 4 assorted mini pies, all in a large seagrass basket with a kitchen towel, donated by Rob and Katie Whitfield. Let's get a good bid on the New York strip dinner for 4. Next, we have a muffaletta. It's a 12-inch Italian bread filled with salami, ham, olive mix, giardiniera, capers, and provolone cheese, donated by Terry Murphy. Let's get a good bid on the muffaletta. What is it? And last item on slate number 6 is a baby blanket. It's a 38x30 pastel blue baby blanket made by Mary Gowdy. Thank you. Donated by Mary Gowdy for First United Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the baby blanket. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 6. Here are the bids. On the Devil's Food Cake, we have an opening bid of $50 by Katie Dial. On the Cream Cheese Danish, Kay Faust opened it up at $25. Now Denise Dunn is at $30 on the Cream Cheese Danish. On the Caramel Brownies, Allison Evans opened those up at $10. The Mary Catherine Moore says $25. Mary Catherine Moore opens the Chex Mix at $25. On the onion dip and chips, Jackie Bundy says $10. Back on the cream cheese Danish, K. Faust now at $35. So Denise Dunn, you're out. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the
You got glasses, I don't.
They're up close. They're up close. That I'm perfect. I'm good. I'm good. On the cream cheese chicken chili basket, Carson Lynn opens that up at $20. On the lasagna, Katie Dial opened that up at $30. Now Megan Higgins comes back at $40. On the New York strip, I'll open that up at $50. $50. $100. Rob Wells goes $100. Thank you, Rob. On the muffaletta, Nolan Poteet said $25. Now Denise Dunn is at $40. Need a baby blanket opening bid. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the onion dip and chips, Jackie Bundy still at $10. Mary Catherine Moore still at $25 on the Chex Mix. On the Devil's Food Cake, Katie Dial was at $50. Now TJ Nash is at $100 on the Devil's Food Cake. On the cream cheese Danish, K. Faust was at $35. And then Mitzi, this is Mitzi Parrish. Mitzi Parrish is at $50. Now Allie Harper is at $55 on the cream cheese Danish. So again, Allie Harper $55 on the cream cheese Danish. So Mitzi, you're out. Okay, you know. On the caramel brownies, Mary Catherine Moore was at $25. Now Connie Garrett is at $30 on the brownies. Connie Garrett is now at $20 on the onion dip and chips. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the lasagna, Megan Higgins was at $40. Katie Dial is now at $50. $60 says Megan Higgins on the lasagna. So Katie, you're out. Rob Wells still at $100 on the New York strip dinner for 4. On the muffaletta, Denise Dunn was at $40. Then TJ Nash said $60. Rob Wells said $65. Now Nolan Poteet is back at $75. Stare him down, Rob. Jackie Bundy's now at $30 on the cream cheese chicken chili basket. Megan Higgins is at $60 on the lasagna. Rob Wells is at $100 on the steak dinner. Nolan Poteet, $75 on the muffaletta. $75. And Deborah Jasper is at $5 on the baby blanket. TJ Nash still at $100 on the devil food cake. On the cream cheese Danish, Allie Harper was at $55. Paulette Moody said $60. Now Martha Stewart is at $75. So Paulette and Allie, Mitzi, you're all out on the cream cheese Danish. On the caramel brownies, Connie Garrett was at $30. Now Kim Cox is at $35. So Connie and Mary Catherine, you're out on the caramel brownies. Mary Catherine Moore still at $25 on the Chex Mix. Connie Garrett still at $20 on the onion dip and chips. Jackie Bundy still at $30 on the cream cheese chicken chili basket. Megan Higgins still at $60 on the lasagna. Rob Wells was at $100 on the steak dinner. Now Larry Watson is at $110. On the muffaletta, Nolan Poteet was at $75. Now Sammy Cox is at $100. $100. Deborah Jasper is going to get the baby blanket for $5. $120 on the Rob Wells is now at $120 on the steak dinner. So Larry Watson, you're out. On the devil's food cake. On the devil's food cake, TJ Nash still at $100. On the cream cheese Danish, Martha Stewart was at $75. Allie Harper came back at $80. Now Mitzi Parrish is at $90. On the caramel brownies, Kim Cox was at $35. Now Connie Garrett's at $40. Mary Catherine Moore is going to get the Chex Mix for $25. Here, that's sold. You're good. On the onion dip and chips, Connie Garrett's going to get that for $20. On the cheese Danish, this must be a phenomenal cheese Danish. Mitzi Parrish was at $90. Allie Harper was at $100. Now Paulette Moody is at $125 on the cheese Danish. Allie, do you want any more? 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Connie Garrett at $40 on the caramel brownies, $125. Katie Dial now at $70 on the lasagna. Megan, you're out on the lasagna. Katie Dial has it at $70. On the steak dinner for 4, Rob Wells still at $120. Muffaletta's got new bids coming in on the cream cheese chicken chili basket. Jackie Bundy was at $30. Christy Thompson said $40. Now Larry Watson is at $45. Christy says $50. On the muffaletta, who do you have on the phone? Paulette. Sammy Cox was at $100. TJ Nash said $115 on the muffaletta. Now Paulette Moody is at $120 on the muffaletta. So TJ, Sammy, Nolan, Rob, you're all out on the muffaletta. On the Devil's Food Cake, TJ Nash is going to get the Devil's Food Cake for $100. Thank you, TJ. That's right. On the cream cheese Danish, Paulette Moody was at $125. Allie Harper said $130. Now Mitzi Parrish is back at $150 on the cream cheese Danish. Allie, Paulette, you're out on the cream cheese Danish. Connie Garrett's going to get the caramel brownies for $40. Christy Thompson's at $50 on the cream cheese chicken chili basket. Katie Dial is at $70 on the lasagna. Does Megan? Where's Megan? Nope, you good? All right, Katie Dial's going to get the lasagna for $70. It's sold. On the muffaletta, Paulette Moody was at $120. Sammy Cox comes back at $130 on the muffaletta. So Paulette Moody, TJ Nash, you're out. On the steak dinner for 4, Rob Wells was at $120. Larry Watson says $130. Rob Wells says $150 on the steak dinner for 4. Got 3 items left. The cream cheese Danish, we're at $150. Danish is at $150 by Mitzi Parrish. $160 now, says Allie Harper. Christy Thompson's going to get the cream cheese chicken chili basket for $50. Muffaletta, Sammy Cox is at $130. Rob Wells is at $150 on the steak dinner for 4. Keep him on the phone. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. 175. Mitzi Parrish. Mitzi Parrish is now at $175 on the cream cheese Danish. Allie, you're out. 180, says Allie. It's at 180. Does she know it's at 180?
It's at
185, TJ Nash. 200 says Allie Harper.
All right. Thank you so much. Allie can have it for 200.
We got one more. Do it, 225. Just do it. The muffaletta, we had 100 and Paulette Moody, 135 on the muffaletta. Rob Wells is going to get the steak dinner for 4 for $150. It's sold. We have 135, 210. Paulette Moody's 210. Allie Harper says 225. 225. 140, Sammy Cox on the muffaletta. Hey. She's on with Paulette, right?
Yes.
She needs to make it right, so she's out. 230 on the Danish. 240. 240 says Allie Harper on the cream cheese Danish. Tommy? Sorry. Now we're at 240, Allie Harper on the cream cheese Danish. We got one person on the phone trying to decide on 2 items, so bear with us.
I've got 240, but 240 right now.
250. 260. All right, the cream cheese Danish is going to be sold to Allie Harper for $260. And the last item that we're waiting on is the muffaletta. Sammy, 150 says Tommy Moody. Is Sammy Cox in the house? Sammy, give us a call quickly. All right, here we go. 160, Sammy Cox on the muffaletta. 160. 160. 175, says Paulette Moody. 200, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. 200, Sammy Cox on the muffaletta. And then after this, we're going to head back to the station for a break, but we got to finish this out. 225, says Paulette Moody. 225. 250. 250, says Sammy Cox on the muffaletta. 300. All right, $300 on the muffaletta. That is fantastic. That gets us through 6 slates. We're going to head back to the station for a word from our sponsors. We'll see you on the other side. We'll be right back. Welcome back to today's Helping Hand auction. We have items being donated today by First United Methodist Church. I'm Darren Thompson, your auctioneer for the day, and answering your calls and recording your bids are Spring Hill and Friends. And after 6 slates, we are at $8,958 on the day. All right. Jumping right into slate number 7. Get situated here. And the first item up for bid on slate number 7 is a Southern Pecan Cake. It's a 9-inch loaf-style Southern Pecan Cake with maple cream cheese frosting, bourbon pecan jam, served 6 to 8, cut in 2-inch strips, gently heat, and says... Oh, on the bourbon pecan, pour it over the cake. Yep. All right. Donated by Chef Mitchell Murphy, 5 Senses Restaurant in Murfreesboro. So you know that's going to be fantastic. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have homemade banana pudding. It's an 8x8 pan of banana pudding, bananas, a box of vanilla wafers, and a tub of Cool Whip. Donated by Michael and Megan Higgins. Let's get a good bid on the banana pudding. Next, we have a raspberry and almond thumbprint cookies. 22 raspberry and almond shortbread cookies donated by Carol Doster for First United Methodist Church. We have honey wheat sourdough bread, 5x8 loaf of Dr. Harper's honey wheat sourdough bread, perfect for sandwiches, made by Dr. Jason Harper for First Methodist Church. Next we have poppy seed ham and cheese rolls, 1 dozen Hawaiian rolls, spread with buttery poppy seed mixture, and layered with Black Forest ham, Swiss and Colby Jack cheeses, placed in a 9x12 foil pan, baking instructions included, donated by Danny and Manette Veazey. Next we have chicken noodle soup, approximately 12 cups of chicken noodle soup and 24 Hawaiian rolls in a plastic bin, donated by Shauna Poteet. I was told that it's, what'd you say? It's not... other than delicious, it's not too soupy, but it's what? Well, Shauna's husband Nolan says get it because it's delicious. Next we have a rib dinner in a white tote with a large kitchen towel, 3 slabs baby back ribs, 5 cups baked beans, 5 cups potato salad, and a container of 4 chocolate soft top cookies donated by Connie Garrett. Let's get a good bid on the rib dinner. Those usually bring a lot. Next is a ravioli lasagna box. It's a 9x13 box. Pan of spinach and ricotta ravioli with sausage, meat sauce, ricotta, parmesan, and mozzarella cheeses. It's got the cooking instructions. Also includes 6 yeast rolls. Made and donated by Vicki Wheatley Boyd. Let's get a good bid on the ravioli lasagna box. Next we have a country ham, 8x8 pan of country ham, approximately 20 pieces, 1 package Sister Schubert's rolls, 1 dish towel, and 1 blue basket, donated by Terry Murphy. And last item on slate number 7 is a chuck roast dinner for 4. Chuck roast with potatoes, carrots, and onions, loaf of homemade bread, and an 8x8 chocolate cobbler, donated by Bob and Anita Wells. Let's get a good bid on the chuck roast dinner for 4. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 7. Here are the bids. On the Southern Pecan Cake, Rob Whitfield opens that up at $30. On the homemade banana pudding, Larry Watson opened that up at $25, and Tracy Wilson came back and said $50. On the raspberry and almond thumbprint cookies, Jackie Bundy says $10. On the poppy seed ham and cheese rolls, Brian Tusa opened those up at $40. Then Mitzi Parrish said $50. Now Rob Whitfield is at $60. On the honey wheat sourdough bread, Frosty opened that up at $20. Now Linda McAdams is at $25. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. On the rib dinner, Linda McAdams opens that up at $50. On the ravioli lasagna box, Megan Higgins opens that up at $40. Carson Lynn opens up the chicken noodle soup at $10. On the country ham, Mary Jane Murphy says $50. On the chuck roast dinner for 4, Jody Robinson opened that up at $50. Now Larry Watson comes in at $100. So Jody, you're out on the chuck roast dinner. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Southern Pecan Cake, Rob Whitfield is at 30. That needs to bring a lot more than what's on there. On the Homemade Banana Pudding, Tracy Wilson still at $50. On the Honey Wheat Sourdough Bread, Linda McAdams still at $25. On the Poppy Seed Ham and Cheese Rolls, Rob Whitfield still at $60. On the Chicken Noodle Soup, Carson Lynn still at $10. Linda McAdams still at $50 on the Rib Dinner. Megan Higgins still at $40 on the Ravioli Lasagna Box. Mary Jane Murphy still at $50 on the Country Ham. On the Chuck Roast Dinner for 4, Larry Watson was at $100. Then Rob Wells, he knows what's up. He came in at $125. It says on the Chuck Roast Dinner.
75 on the Poppy Seed ham.
So Rob Wells is at $125. Larry, did you want any more? Larry Watson says $150 on the Chuck Roast Dinner for 4. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Homemade Banana Pudding, Tracy Wilson still at $50. On the Raspberry and Almond Cookies, Megan Higgins is now at $30. Linda McAdams still at $25 on the Honey Wheat Sourdough Bread. Mitzi Parrish came in at $75 on the Poppy Seed Ham and Cheese Rolls. We now have an $80 bid by Brian Tusa on the Ham and Cheese Rolls. So Brian Tusa's at $80. So Mitzi and Rob Whitfield, you're out on the Poppy Seed Ham and Cheese Rolls because Brian Tusa is at $80. On the Chicken Noodle Soup Dinner, Carson Lynn was at $10. Phyllis Fleek said $20. Connie Garrett said $25. Now we have a $30 bid. Now we have a $30 bid by Deb Nelson. On the Rib Dinner, Linda McAdams was at $50. Rob Wells said $75. Linda McAdams comes back at $100 on the Rib Dinner, so Rob Wells, you're out. On the Ravioli Lasagna Box, Megan Higgins still at $40. On the Country Ham, Mary Jane Murphy still at $50. On the Chuck Roast Dinner for 4, Larry Watson still at $150. On the Southern Pecan Cake, Rob Whitfield was at $30. Linda Gillespie said $45, and now Danny Veazey is at $50 on the Southern Pecan Cake. So Linda and Rob, you're out on that. Tracy Wilson is going to get the Homemade Banana Pudding for $50. It's sold. Hold on. Never mind. Sorry, Tracy. $60, Linda Gillespie on the banana pudding. 70 says Tracy Wilson on the banana pudding. On the honey wheat sourdough bread, Linda McAdams was at 25. Mary Catherine Moore now says 30. On the raspberry and almond cookies, Megan Higgins was at 30. Now Sharon Sabin is at 35. On the southern pecan cake, Danny Veazey was at 50. Now Rob and Katie Whitfield are at $75. So Danny, you're out there. On the poppy seed ham and cheese rolls, Brian Tusa was at $80 and Mitzi Parrish at $100. Now Rob Whitfield is at $120. $150 says Brian Tusa. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the chicken noodle soup, Deb Nelson was at 30. Connie Garrett came back at 40. So Deb Nelson, you're out. On the rib dinner, Linda McAdams is at $100. Megan Higgins is going to get the ravioli lasagna box for $40. Mary Jane Murphy's going to get the country ham for $50. On the chuck roast dinner for $4, Larry Watson still at $150. $125 on the ribs, Rob Wells. Linda, did you want any more on the ribs? 150? 150 says Linda McAdams. Nope. Well, I just got Linda McAdams at 150. 175, Randall Perkins. On the ribs, Randall. He can have them? Okay. Larry Watson still at 150 on the chuck roast dinner. We'll let that go one more time. Connie Garrett's going to get the chicken noodle soup for $40. Or unless, is that a bid? Well, sorry. Nope. Chicken noodles. Hold on. Darlene McKee's going to has a bid on the chicken noodle soup for $50. $50. So it is not sold. Darlene McKee's a high bidder at $50. So Connie Garrett, you're out. On the Southern Pecan Cake, Rob and Katie Whitfield still at 75. On the Banana Pudding, Linda Gillespie was at 60. Tracy Wilson is now at $70. So, Linda, you're out. Sharon Sabin at $35 on the Raspberry and Almond Cookies. She's going to get those. They're sold. On the Honey Wheat Sourdough Bread, Mary Catherine Moore was at 30. Linda McAdams is now at 35. So, Mary Catherine Moore, you're out on the bread. On the Poppy Seed Ham and Cheese Rolls, Brian Tusa said 150. Rob Whitfield came back at 175. Now, Allie Harper enters the mix at 180. Tusa, are you out on those? Okay. So, right now, Allie Harper at 180 on the ham and cheese rolls. Rob, let us know if you want any more. On the chicken noodle soup, Darlene McKee was at 50. Now Connie Garrett is at 60. Does Darlene want any more? Saw her somewhere. No? Okay, she's out. She says she's out. Connie Garrett's going to get that for $60. Randall Perkins is going to get the rib dinner for $175. Unless you want more, Rob Wells. The rib dinner, it's at $175. 200? 200 says Rob Wells. Where are you at, Randall? 210. He says he's done. Randall Perkins is going to get that for $210 on the rib dinner. Thank you for a good helping hand bid, Randall. And on the chuck roast dinner for 4, Jim Bundy comes in at $160 on the chuck roast dinner for 4. $175 says Larry Watson. Jim Bundy, give us a call. Let us know if you want any more on that. All right, Rob and Katie Whitfield is going to get the Southern Pecan Cake for 70. What is it, 75? The Banana Pudding, 75, yep. Tracy Wilson. Chuck roast over here. Tracy Wilson's going to get the Banana Pudding for $70. On the Honey Wheat Sourdough Bread, Linda McAdams is at $50 there. Does Mary Catherine Moore want any more? No. She says she's done. $50 is Linda McAdams. She's going to get the sourdough bread for $50. And is Rob Whitfield here? He's been calling in? Okay. I'll give you. Okay. Rob, give us a call quickly if you want any more on the ham and cheese rolls. 180. Allie Harper has those. All right. Jim Bundy came back at 180. He says no. Jim Bundy's going to get the chicken or the chuck roast dinner for 4 for $180. Thank you, Jim Bundy. See who that is. Keep him on the phone, please. 200 on the ham and cheese rolls. Rob and Katie Whitfield. Allie, where are you at? Okay. Oh, she must be in the back, yeah. Now Allie Harper's at 215. 230 says Rob Whitfield. 240 says Allie. 250 says Rob Whitfield. All right, Rob Whitfield's going to get the ham and cheese rolls for $250. Thank you very much. It's a great bid. All right, moving on, slate number 8. We have another Devil's Food Cake, 2-layered chocolate cake with buttercream frosting decorated with purple flowers, made in memory of Jack and Joni Jones by Jerry Joyner. Let's get a good bid on the Devil's Food Cake. Next, we have an apple crisp made with Gala apples, donated by, is that Urick? Kathy? Made by Kathy Urick. We have chocolate oatmeal cookies, a baker's dozen of chocolate oatmeal cookies, donated by the Tusa family. Let's get a good bid on those. Next, we have zucchini bread, 4 small loaves of zucchini bread with nuts, donated by Jennifer Stevens. Next, we have almond bark covered snack mix, approximately 5 cups of almond bark covered snack mix, and pecan halves, golden graham cereal, and pretzels covered in vanilla almond bark, donated by Emery and Melinda Bradley. Let's get a good bid on the almond bark covered snack mix. Next, we have vegetable soup and pimento cheese basket, a reusable Harvest basket with tea towel filled with a pint jar of Deborah's pimento cheese and pineapple, a pint jar of homemade vegetable soup, 2 small sleeves of Ritz crackers, and 6 cornbread muffins donated by Randall and Deborah Perkins for the Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have a bacon, spinach, mushroom, and Swiss quiche, 9 inches round, donated by Spencer and Elizabeth Craig. Let's get a good bid on the quiche. Next, we have a grilled shrimp meal, 3 pounds grilled shrimp in a 9x12 glass Pyrex dish, 24-ounce bag of potatoes, a 22-ounce bag of salad, and 12 Sister Schubert Parker House rolls donated by Sammy and Kim Cox. Let's get a good bid on the grilled shrimp meal. We have another pork tenderloin stuffed with cream cheese mixture wrapped in bacon, heat and eat on a 6x15 ceramic tray donated by Tracy, Kenan, Jason, and Jaden Wilson. And that last item on slate number 8 is a $30 gift certificate to Yoder's Country Store, Popular Deli and Bakery, donated by Keith and Mary Darnell. Let's get a good bid on the gift certificate to Yoder's. Those are the items on slate number 8. Here are the bids. On the Devil's Food Cake, Katie Dial opens that up at $50. Jackie Bundy opens up the Apple Crisp at $10. Beth Flint opens up the Almond Bark Covered Snack Mix at $10. On the zucchini bread, Frosty opens that up at $30. And on the chocolate oatmeal cookies, Allison Evans starts that at $10. Then Eric Bundy says $15. Now Teresa McAdams is at $25. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the vegetable soup and pimento cheese basket, Carson Lynn opens that up at $10. Jennifer Stevens opens up the quiche at $10. Larry Watson opens up the grilled shrimp meal at $100. Megan Higgins opens up the pork tenderloin at $50. And have a bid on the phone. And we have a $30 bid. We have a $30 bid for the gift certificate to Yoder's, which is $30 in value from TJ Nash. Thank you, TJ. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Devil's Food Cake, Katie Dial still at $50. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the Apple Crisp. Eric Bundy, call us back. The cookies went to $50. Frosty still at $30 on the zucchini bread. On the chocolate oatmeal cookies, Teresa McAdams was at $50. Now Stan Veazey is at, or Teresa McAdams was at $25. Stan Veazey is now at $50 on the chocolate oatmeal cookies. On the almond bark covered snack mix, Beth Flint was at $10. Now Sammy Cox is at $20. On the vegetable soup and pimento cheese, Randall Perkins is now at $30. On the quiche, Jennifer Stevens was at $10. Then Cecilia Hopper says $40. Now Sammy Cox is at $50 on the quiche. So Cecilia and Jennifer, you're out. Larry Watson still at $100 on the grilled shrimp meal. On the pork tenderloin, Megan Higgins is at $50. And then on the $30 gift certificate to Yoder's, TJ Nash was at $30. Now Terry Murphy says he'll pay $40. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. So again, Terry Murphy's at $40 on the gift certificate to Yoder's. So TJ Nash, you're out. Katie Dial, $50 on the Devil's Food Cake. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the Apple Crisp. On the chocolate oatmeal cookies, Stan Veazey was at $50. Now Eric Bundy says $55. On the zucchini bread, Frosty was at $30. Now Connie Garrett is at $40. Sammy Cox is at $20 on the almond bark covered snack mix. On the vegetable soup and pimento cheese basket, Randall Perkins is at $30. On the grilled shrimp meal, Larry Watson was at $120. Now Randall Perkins is at $120. He's going to think about it. On the pork tenderloin, Megan Higgins was at $50. Christy Thompson now says $75. I had nothing to do with it. On the gift certificate to Yoder's, Terry Murphy still at $40. On the vegetable soup and pimento cheese, Randall Perkins was at $30. Now Mary Catherine Moore is at $50. On the quiche, Sammy Cox was at $50. Now Jennifer Stevens comes back at $55. So Sammy and Cecilia, you're out on the quiche. Did you want any more on the shrimp? 30. 130 says Larry Watson on the grilled shrimp meal. 140. 140 says Randall. Okay. Larry says he's done. On the Devil's Food Cake, Katie Dial's going to get that for $50. It's sold. No. Y'all got to be quicker. I've said it 3 times. On the Apple Crisp, it's at $15 now. Deb Nelson. No, it is not. It looks like Jennifer Cronin's making a bid. $40. $60. It looks like 40 from where I'm reading it upside down.
60, we got it. I can't write, sorry.
$60, says Jennifer Cronin on the Devil's Food Cake. So, Katie Dial, you're out. On the Apple Crisp, Deb Nelson is now at 15. On the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies, Eric Bundy was at 55. Now Stan Veazey is at 60. On the Zucchini Bread, Connie Garrett was at 40. Now Frosty is back at 50. Does Connie want any more? On the Almond Bark Covered Snack Mix, Sammy Cox is at 20. 75. 75 on the Devil's Food Cake. It's at 75. Okay. On the Vegetable Soup and Pimento Cheese Basket, Mary Catherine Moore was at 50. Now Larry Watson says 60 on the Vegetable Soup and Pimento Cheese Basket. Mary Catherine Moore, let us know if you want any more. On the quiche, Jennifer Stevens still at 55. On the Grilled Shrimp Meal, Randall Perkins still at 140. Christy Thompson still at 75 on the Pork Tenderloin. On the $30 gift certificate to Yoder's, Terry Murphy was at 40. Now Linda Gillespie says 60. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. On the Devil's Food Cake, Katie Dial is at $75. Jennifer says she's out, correct? Okay, so Katie Dial is going to get that for $75. On the Apple Crisp, Deb Nelson was at 15. Now Jim Robertson says 20. On the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies, Stan Veazey was at $60. And Eric Bundy said 65. Now Stan is back at 75. So Eric Bundy, you're out on the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies. On the Zucchini Bread, Connie Garrett is now at $60. So Frosty, you're out on the Zucchini Bread. On the Almond Bark Covered Snack Mix, Sammy Cox was at 20. Now Tommy Moody says $30. On the Vegetable Soup and Pimento Cheese Basket, Mary Catherine Moore was at 50. Larry Watson said 60. Now Randall Perkins says 75. On the quiche, Jennifer Stevens is going to get that for $55. On the Grilled Shrimp Meal, Randall Perkins is going to get that for $140. Rob Wells comes in at $85 on the Pork Tenderloin.
Want to buy something?
Maybe. On the gift certificate to Yoder's, Linda Gillespie is at $60. Jim Robertson still at 20 on the Apple Crisp. Christy, I'm going to let you make this decision on the Pork Tenderloin. Call us back if you want any more. On the Apple Crisp, Jim Robertson is at 20. We'll go ahead and sell those to Doc for $20. On the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies, Stan Veazey was at 75. Eric Bundy said 80. Now Stan Veazey is back at $100 on the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies. So, Eric, let us know if you want any more. Frosty has now come back to $75 on the Zucchini Bread. Connie, do you want any more? All right, Frosty's going to get that for $75. On the Almond Bark Covered Snack Mix, Tommy Moody's going to get that for $30. Larry says that he's done. Randall Perkins is going to get the Vegetable Soup and Pimento Cheese Basket for $75. Linda Gillespie's going to get the gift certificate to Yoder's for $60. I'll bid $100 on the Pork Tenderloin. Rob. 110. 125. 150. Congratulations, it's yours. All right, Rob Wells is going to get the Pork Tenderloin for $150, and the Chocolate Oatmeal Cookies are going to go to Stan Veazey for $100. $100. After 7 slates, we are at $9,978 on the day. All right. Oh, yes. Remember, we do have silent auction items here in the house. They're all along the wall and in the hallway. So please make sure that you go and bid on those. That ends at 4:30, and the results will be available at 6:30. All right, starting slate number 9. First item is a coconut cake with a 7-minute frosting. It is a 3-layer, 8-inch round yellow cake with coconut cream filling between the layers, frosted with mounds of 7-minute frosting, made in memory of James Pascal, beloved class member of Friends of Pears and Spares class. And it's in a 12-inch round cake carrier, donated by the Pears and Spares Sunday School class. I'm sure that's going to have a great bid. Next, we have a key lime pie, a 9-inch key lime pie with meringue in a glass pie plate in a covered carrier, donated by Paulette Moody. Next, we have caramel nut clusters, 12 caramel nut clusters made with butterscotch bits and peanut butter bits and mixed nuts in a 5x9 reusable plastic container, donated by Charlotte Moody. Let's get a good bid on those. Next, we have cheese ball and crackers, 5-inch cranberry and pecan cheese ball made with cream cheese with an 8.5-ounce box of wheat thins, donated by Jane Etheridge. And it sounds like Pam Martin wants to make an opening bid on that.
Sure, $15.
$15, says Pam Martin. Next, we have Tennessee Sin. I guess that's Sin Dip, yeah, with wheat thins, 9-inch foil pan of Tennessee Sin Dip. It's a heat and eat, 8.5 box of wheat thins, donated by Craig and DG Lax. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have ham and cheese rolls, poppy seed ham and cheese rolls, 12 count in a foil pan, baking instructions included, donated by Danny and Minette Vesey. And if you were listening and or here the last time that these went around, that was fun. That's right. Next, we have chicken spaghetti, 9x9 chicken spaghetti, chicken breast, pasta, rotel, and cheese, donated by Carolyn Scarborough from First Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have Chill Cuts chops, 8 1-inch thick center cut boneless pork chops, seasoned and smoked to perfection in reusable container, donated by Justin and Morgan Chilcutt for First United Methodist Church. I'll open that at $50. Or you already have one? $60. I'll go $75. Next, we have country ham breakfast, 6 slices of cooked country ham on 10-inch glass polka dot plate, half dozen eggs, and 1 can of 5 Grands biscuits, donated by Jane and James Robertson. Let's get a good bid on the country ham breakfast. And last item up for bid on slate number 9 is a gift certificate. It's a $30 gift certificate from Morning Sun Market on Highway 54 in Paris, donated by the Darnells. Let's get a good bid on that. Those are the items on slate number 9. Here are the bids. On the key lime pie, we have an opening bid of $50 from Larry Watson. Terry Murphy comes back and says $75. On the caramel nut clusters, we have a $10 opening bid by Jim Bundy. On the cheese ball and crackers, Pam Martin says $15. On the Tennessee Sin Dip, Jackie Bundy says $10. On the coconut cake with the 7-minute frosting, we had a $25 opening bid from Mary Catherine Moore. Then Frosty said $75. Linda Gillespie came back at $125. Jackie Bundy said $200. Then Mary Jane Murphy $250. Jim Bundy $300. Charlotte Man $400. Jim Robinson $450. And Phil Craig right now is at $500. So I know that we have more bids coming in on that. No, it's at 75. Yeah, it's at 75. Who was that? On the ham and cheese rolls, Teresa McAdams opens those up at $50. On the chicken spaghetti, Elena Allen opened that up at $15. Now Jody Robinson is at $40. On Chilcutt's chops, Bruce Reed opened those at $60. I said $75. Now Linda McAdams is at $100. On the country ham breakfast, I'll open that up at $25. And the gift certificate to Morning Sun Market, Terry Murphy opens that up at $40. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Tennessee Sin Dip, go ahead. Tracy Wilson's at $25. On the cheese ball and crackers, Pam Martin was at $15. Mary Catherine Moore says $30. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the caramel nut clusters. On the key lime pie, Terry Murphy still at $75. And we still have bids coming in on the coconut cake. Key lime pie, Larry Watt, it's at 90. Okay. On the key lime pie, TJ Nash is now at $90. Jackie Bundy still at 10 on the caramel nut clusters. Mary Catherine Moore at 30 on the cheese ball and crackers. On the Tennessee Sin Dip, Tracy Wilson still at 25. On the ham and cheese rolls, Teresa McAdams was at 50. Now Carol Doster is at 75. We got a new bid coming in on the ham and cheese rolls. Parrish. Mitzi Parrish is now at $100 on the ham and cheese rolls. So Carol Doster, Teresa McAdams, you're out. Jody Robinson still at $40 on the chicken spaghetti. On Chilcut's chops, Linda McAdams was at $100. Bruce Reed is now at $125. I still have the country ham breakfast at $25, and Terry Murphy still at $40 on the $30 gift certificate from Morning Sun Market. And after 8 slates, we are at $10,823 on the day. All right, on the coconut cake with the 7-minute frosting. Right, okay. We did have a $500 bid, and we've had a few more come in since. Phil Craig, $600. Jim McKee, $650. Haley Robinson, $700. Kathy Page, $750. Curtis Jones at $800. And Steve McAdams at $900. And I believe the final bid on this coconut cake is $1,000 by the Pears and Spares Sunday School class. Fantastic. I believe that's sold. On the key lime pie, TJ Nash was at $90, and Connie Garrett said $120. Terry Murphy said $125. Larry Watson said $140. Now Moody Realty is at $150. So if you're not making decisions on part of Moody Realty, you're out on the key lime pie.
On key lime pie?
Okay. Now we have a $175 bid by Terry Murphy on the key lime pie. On the caramel nut clusters, Carol Doster, $25. On the cheese ball and crackers, Mary Catherine Moore still at $30. Tracy Wilson still at $25 on the Tennessee Sin Dip. Teresa McAdams now at $125 on the ham and cheese rolls. The chicken spaghetti is going to go to Jody Robinson for $40. On the pork chops, Bruce Reed was at $125. The Megan Higgins said $150. Now Linda McAdams is at $175. So Bruce says $200 on the pork chops. $250 on the pork chops. $250 now on the pork chops. Linda McAdams. $275. Bruce Reed. $300 says Linda McAdams. All right, so now the pork chops are up to $300. The ham and cheese rolls, Teresa McAdams was at $125. Now Mitzi Parrish says $140. I'm going to get the country ham breakfast for $25. Terry Murphy's going to get the gift certificate for $40. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right, on the key lime pie, Moody Realty back to $200, Terry. They can have it for $200? Okay, we'll see what happens. Carol Doss is going to get the caramel nut clusters for $25. Mary Catherine Moore is going to get the cheese ball and crackers for $30. Tracy Wilson is going to get the Tennessee Sin Dip for $25. Teresa, did you want is Teresa here?
Yeah.
Did you want any more on the ham and cheese rolls? They're going to have them. Mitzi Parrish is going to get the ham and cheese rolls for $140. $325 Bruce Reed. Bruce Reed is going to get the Chilcut's chops for $325. Good job, Bruce. All right, Terry Murphy says he's out, so Moody Realty is going to get the key lime pie for $200. That takes us through 9 slates. We're going to head back to the station for a much-needed break. We'll be right back. Let's get a good bid on the chocolate chip cookies. We have peanut butter fantasy fudge, 24 large pieces of peanut butter fantasy fudge with crunchy peanut butter on a blue stoneware plate, donated by Danny and Manette Veazey. It's over here. Yep. Here you go. Next we have nuts and bolts. 2-quart container of nuts and bolts with Chex cereal, pecans, peanuts, and spices, donated by Larry Watson. We have a potato soup basket. 2 quarts of Dr. Harper's homemade potato soup basket includes 1 bag shredded sharp cheddar cheese, 1 bag bacon bits, small container of sour cream, and a loaf of Dr. Harper's rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread, made by Dr. Jason Harper for First United Methodist Church. I know this is going to bring some good bids in. Next, we have chicken enchiladas, 9x13 pan of creamy chicken enchiladas with baking instructions included, donated by Jennifer Cronin. We have a cowboy quiche, 9-inch quiche with local sausage, diced ham, white onions, green peppers, and cheddar cheese, donated by Craig and DG Lax. Let's get a good bid on the cowboy quiche. You know what? I'll start that off at $25. Next, we have tenderloin on rolls, 6 grilled Asiago peppercorn pork tenderloin slices on Sister Schubert rolls, donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson. Let's get a good bid on that. Okay, I thought here, that one goes up top. Sorry. Next, we have, and last item on slate number 10 is the ham dinner basket. It's a half Trollinger pulled picnic ham, 8x8 potato casserole, 7-ounce cracked green beans, 9 chocolate chip pecan cookies, 8 Sister Schubert rolls, all in a heavy-duty plastic basket, donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Let's get a good bid on the ham dinner basket. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the homemade fried peach pies, Chuck Elizondo coming in with the $20 opening bid. On the chocolate chip cookies, Megan Higgins opens those up at $25. Eric Bundy comes in at $30. On the peanut butter fudge, Beth Perry opens that up at $50. And then who's that? Is that Wanda? Wanda McCord, $60 bid. And then $75 Beth Perry, $100 Connie Garrett, and the Mitzi Parrish comes in at $125. So if you're not Mitzi Parrish, you're out on the peanut butter fudge. On the nuts and bolts, $10 Jackie Bundy. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Allison Evans opens that up at $25. On the potato soup basket, TJ Nash says $75. On the chicken enchiladas, Megan Higgins says $50. Then Wayne Hicks says $75 on the chicken enchiladas. On the cowboy quiche, I opened it. Go ahead. We already have 50 on it. On the cowboy quiche, I opened it at $25. Larry Watson said $40. Now Frosty is at $50. So I know the $50 bid just came up here. So if you want more, let us know. On the tenderloin on rolls, Larry Watson says $25. I'll say $40. On the ham dinner basket, Terry Murphy opened that up at $50. Now TJ Nash is at $75. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Allison Evans still at $25. On the homemade fried peach pies, Chuck Elizondo is at $20. I'll do $30. On the chocolate chip cookies, Eric Bundy was at $30. Now Megan Higgins is at $50. So Eric, you're out on the chocolate chip cookies. On the peanut butter fantasy fudge, Mitzi Parrish was at $125. Now Nancy Moore is at $150. So Mitzi, Connie, Beth, y'all are all out on the peanut butter fantasy fudge. And Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the nuts and bolts. On the potato soup basket, TJ Nash is at $75. I'll do $100 on the potato soup basket. On the chicken enchiladas, Wayne Hicks was at $75. Now Megan Higgins is at $85 on the chicken enchiladas. Does Wayne want any more on the chicken enchiladas? It's at $85. On the cowboy quiche, Frosty was at $50. Now Mary Catherine Moore is at $55. So Frosty and Larry, you're out on the cowboy quiche. On the tenderloin, on the rolls, I was at 40. Then Darlene McKee said 50. Now Haley Edwards is at 55. On the ham dinner basket, TJ Nash still at $75 on the ham dinner basket. On the chocolate chip cookies, Eric Bundy now at 55. 70 says Megan Higgins on the chocolate chip cookies. Megan Higgins. So Eric Bundy, you're out. On the homemade fried pies, I was at 30. Sam Cox said 40. Larry Watson said 45. Now Jim Bundy is at 50 on the fried peach pies. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Allison Evans was at 25. Then Kim Cox said 30. Allison Evans came back at 40. Now Larry Watson is at 45 on the peanut butter banana pudding. On the peanut butter fudge, let's see. I think that's second time around, isn't it? Or do we know? Nancy Moore is at 150 on the peanut butter fudge. On the nuts and bolts, Ann Bowie is now at 15 on the nuts and bolts. On the potato soup basket, I was at 100 and Ron Thomas is now at 110. On the chicken enchiladas, Megan Higgins still at 85. On the cowboy quiche, Mary Catherine Moore was at 55. Frosty is now at 70. On the tenderloin on rolls, Haley Edwards still at 55. On the ham dinner basket, TJ Nash is still at 75. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the fried peach pies, Jim Bundy was at 50. Now Chuck Elizondo came back at 60. Then Larry Watson said 65. Now Sammy Cox is at 75 on the fried peach pies. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Larry Watson was at 45. Now Kim Cox is at 50. On the chocolate chip cookies, Megan was at 70. Eric Bundy now 75. On the peanut butter fantasy fudge, Nancy Moore was at 150. Now Paulette Moody is at 175. Now the nuts and bolts have gone to $20. Catherine Moore. On the potato soup basket, Ron Thomas was at 110 on the potato soup basket. On the chicken enchiladas, Megan Higgins is at $85. On the cowboy quiche, Frosty's at 70. Haley Edwards is at 55 on the tenderloin rolls. On the ham dinner basket, TJ Nash was at 75. Pam Martin comes in there with $80. That's what I'm talking about. On the peanut butter pudding, peanut butter banana pudding, Kim Cox was at 50. Larry Watson says 60. So, Kim, let us know if you want more. On the fried peach pies, Sammy Cox was at 75. Jim Bundy now says 80. On the chocolate chip cookies, Eric Bundy is going to get those for $75. Megan said she was done. On the nuts and bolts, Ann Bowie was at 15. Catherine Moore says 20. Ann Bowie now says 25 on the nuts and bolts. I'm going to go 125 on the potato soup basket. Ron Thomas had it at 110. I've got it at 125. Megan Higgins is going to get the chicken enchiladas for $85. Frosty is going to get the cowboy quiche for 70. It's sold. Haley Edwards is going to get the tenderloin. On the tenderloin and rolls, Haley Edwards is going to get those for 55. They're sold. On the ham dinner basket, we got new bids coming in. Pam Martin was at 80. TJ Nash said 85. And now Terry Murphy is at 100. So, TJ, let us know if you want more. Bring it back. Bring it back. Tenderloin.
It's at 55.
On the fried peach pies, Jim Bundy was at 80. Sammy Cox says 85. Now Chuck Elizondo is at 100. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Larry Watson was at 60. Kim Cox now says 75. I can't see Larry now, but there we go. 80. Larry Watson says $80 on the pudding. On the fried peach pies, Chuck Elizondo is at 100. On the peanut butter fudge, Paulette Moody was at 175. Now Nancy Moore is at 200. So Paulette Moody, let us know if you want more. And on the nuts and bolts and buoys at $25. Mary Catherine Moore, want any more on the nuts and bolts? Nope. And buoy's going to get that for $25. Potato soup, I have it at $125. Ham dinner basket, Terry Murphy still at $100. On tenderloin rolls, Jim Bundy's at $60. Haley, let us know if you want any more on that. On the peanut butter fudge, Nancy Moore still at $200. Paulette, let us know if you want more, please. On the fried peach pies, Chuck Elizondo was at $100. Sammy Cox is now at $125. Hey, if they call in on these items, keep them on the phone, please. On the peanut butter banana pudding, Larry Watson was at $80. Now Kim Cox is at $85. Yeah, he's shaking his head no. All right, Kim Cox is going to get the pudding for $85, is that right? $85. Sammy Cox is now at $125 on the fried peach pies. Chief Elizondo, let us know if you want more, please. And Nancy Moore is at $200 on the peanut butter fudge. No, I've got it at $125. Keep them on the phone, please. Potato soup basket, I have it at $125. Ham dinner basket, Terry Murphy, $100. Jim Bundy's at $60 on the tenderloin on rolls. All right, keep them on the phone next time they call, please. No, you're good. You're good. Chuck Elizondo now at $140 on the fried peach pies. So Sammy Cox, let us know if you want more on the peanut butter fudge. We haven't heard anything. Nancy Moore is going to get that for $200. I'm going to get the potato soup for $125. Terry Murphy is going to get the ham dinner basket for $100. Jim Bundy's going to get the tenderloin on rolls for $60. The only item we have left are the fried peach pies. So Sammy Cox, let us know if you want any more within the next 30 seconds. There we go. Keep them on the phone. $150, Sammy Cox. Chief Elizondo, call us back. Let us know if you want any more, please. We have Sammy Cox holding on the phone. There we go. $175 now. Chuck up $200. Sammy Cox had him at $200. Now Chuck Elizondo is at $220. $225, says Sammy Cox. All right, Sammy Cox is going to get the fried peach pies for $225. That was the last item on slate number 10. We're going to roll right into slate number 11. First item is the strawberry cake, 8-inch, 3-layer strawberry cake with cream cheese frosting on an 11-inch ceramic plate donated by Carolyn Scarborough. You know that's going to be good. Oh. Next, we have a chess pie, 9-inch chess pie on a decorative plastic plate donated by Cindy and Tim Carter. Let's get a good bid on the chess pie. Next, we have chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, 1.5 dozen chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies in an 8-inch white plastic container with lid donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Next, we have cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, 1 9-inch loaf of Dr. Harper's cinnamon swirl sourdough bread donated by Dr. Jason Harper. Let's get a good bid on that. On it, next item is the chocolate covered potato chips, approximately 5 cups of chocolate covered potato chips in a reusable plastic container donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Next, we have vegetable beef soup. Can't tell how many quarts that is. 4 quarts. That's a lot. I don't know. We have multiple quarts of homemade beef vegetable soup with small loaf handmade wheat bread with 24 shortbread cookies with pecans donated by Kathy Page. Let's get a good bid on the vegetable beef soup. Next, we have chicken salad lunch basket, 4 cups of chicken salad with nuts, a 8.5-ounce box of wheat thins, and 4 apple cinnamon soft top cookies in a 9x13 handle tote, and a St. Patrick's Day kitchen's towel donated by Connie Garrett. We have another grilled shrimp meal, a 3-pound grilled shrimp seasoned with Tony Sriracha's and hot sauce in a stoneware container, 22-ounce package kale salad, Sister Schubert rolls, and a bag of red potatoes donated by Kim and Sammy Cox. Let's get a good bid on the grilled shrimp meal. And we already have an opening bid of $75 by Mary Jane Murphy. Next, we have pimento cheese basket, 9.5-inch reusable harvest basket with tea towels. Also includes a pint of Deborah's pimento cheese and pineapple, a pint of homemade vegetable soup, a small sleeve of Ritz crackers, and 6 cornbread muffins donated by Randall and Deborah Perkins. And last item on slate number 11 is a baby quilt. It's a 40 by 42 baby quilt in a reusable plastic basket. Quilt colors are black, white, gray, and blue, donated by Mary Gowdy for Methodist Church. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 11. Here are your bids. On strawberry cake, we have a $50 opening bid by Terry Murphy. On the chess pie, Allison Evans opens that at $15. Allison Evans opens up the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies at $15. On the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, Danny Veazey opens that up at $25. Kay Faust comes in with the $30 bid. On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Jackie Bundy opens those up at $10. On the grilled shrimp meal, Mary Jane Murphy opened that up at $75, and now we have a $100 bid by Larry Watson. $125 by Larry Watson. On the chicken salad, lunch basket, Carolyn Scarborough opened that up at $25. Now Darlene McKee is at $30. On the vegetable beef soup, Mary Jane Murphy opened that up at $50. Now Linda McAdams is at $55. Pimento cheese basket, Connie Garrett opens that up at $100. On the grilled shrimp meal, Larry Watson again, $125. On the baby quilt, Mary Jane Murphy says $20, and now we have a $25 bid by Deborah Jasper. On the strawberry cake, Terry Murphy still at $50. On the chess pie, Christy Thompson says $20. On the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, Allison Evans still at $15. I'll do $20 on those. Those sound good. On the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, Kay Faust said was at $30. Now Danny Veazey is at $25. On the chocolate covered potato chips, Jackie Bundy still at $10. On the vegetable beef soup, Linda McAdams still at $55. Darlene McKee still at $30 on the chicken salad lunch basket. Larry Watson still at $125 on the grilled shrimp meal. Connie Garrett still at $100 on the pimento cheese basket. Deborah Jasper still at $25 on the baby quilt. Going back to the chicken salad lunch basket, Darlene McKee was at $30. Minnie Lou said, hold on a second, I'm coming in with a $75 bid. Does that say 75?
Yeah.
I know. She was at $30. I'm saying she's coming in strong with a $75 bid.
I thought you were bidding. You said I'm coming in strong, and I was like, well, you're going to bid more than 75? I'll write your name down.
I was not. Sorry. On the strawberry cake, Terry Murphy still at $50. On the chess pie, Allison Evans is now at $25. So, Christy, let us know if you want more on the chess pie. On the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, I was at $20. Connie Garrett comes in at $30. On the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, Danny Veazey still at $35. On the chocolate covered potato chips, Kim Cox is now at $25. So, Connie Garrett, you're out on the chocolate covered potato chips. Linda McAdams still at $55 on the vegetable beef soup. Minnie Lou Perkins at $75 on the chicken salad lunch basket. Larry Watson still at $125 on the grilled shrimp meal. Connie Garrett still at $100 on the pimento cheese basket. Deborah Jasper still at $25 on the baby quilt. If the grilled shrimp meal, pimento cheese basket, and baby quilt don't get any new bids next time around, it's going. You got one? All right. On the strawberry cake, Terry Murphy was at $50. Now Linda Gillespie is at $75 on the strawberry cake. Terry, Strawberry cake's now at 75. 85 says Terry Murphy on the strawberry cake. Allison Evans still at 25 on the chess pie. On the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, Connie Garrett still at 30. On the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, Danny Veazey was at 35. Now Carolyn Dunn is at 40. Kim Cox still at 25 on the chocolate covered potato chips. On the vegetable beef soup, Linda McAdams is going to get that for $55. It's sold. On the chicken salad lunch basket, Minnie Lou Perkins still at 75. Larry Watson's going to get the grilled shrimp meal for $125. It's sold. The pimento cheese basket is going to go to Connie Garrett for $100. It is sold. On the baby quilt, Deborah Jasper was at 25. Now Linda Gillespie is at 35. So Deborah, let us know if you want more on the baby quilt. On the strawberry cake, Terry Murphy is at $85. Does Linda want any more? On the chess pie, Allison Evans is at $25. On the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, Connie Garrett is at $30. On the chocolate-covered potato chips, Kim Cox is going to get those for $25. On the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread, Caroline Dunn was at $40. Now Danny Veazey is back at $45. So Caroline, let us know if you want more. On the chicken salad lunch basket, Minnie Lou Perkins, she's going to get that for $75. It's done. Linda Gillespie is at $35 on the baby quilt. Deborah Jasper, let us know if you want more, please. Nope. Good. Okay. So Linda Gillespie is going to get that for $35. Baby quilt is sold, unless that's a new bid. On the strawberry cake, Terry Murphy is at $85. If there are no new bids, next time around it will be sold. Allison Evans is going to get the chess pie for $25. On the chocolate chip pecan toffee cookies, Connie Garrett is going to get those for $30. Caroline Dunn now bids $50 on the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread. Danny Veazey's out. Terry Murphy's going to get the strawberry cake for $85. It's sold. All we have left now is the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread. Does Danny Veazey want any more?
Yes.
Yes. 5 more? All right, Danny Veazey goes to $55 on the cinnamon swirl sourdough bread. Caroline Dunn, let us know if you want more, please. After 10 slates, we are at $13,723 on the day. Caroline, give you 15. There we go. Keep her on the phone, please. $60. You want 65? Yes. Danny Veazey, $65. 70. 75, says Danny Veazey. Somebody just say 100 and let's get done. All right. Caroline Dunn says 80. Danny Veazey says 100. See, that's all it takes. Danny Veazey gets it for $100. Thank you, Danny. All right, one more slate before we go to a break. Slate number 12. Okay, I'll tell her in a second. Look through. They should be. All right, first item on slate number 12 is strawberry cake. It's a 3-layer fresh strawberry cake frosted with strawberry frosting, decorated with pink rosettes and green leaves in memory of Lynn Whitfield. Donated by Jerry and Lana Joyner. Let's get a great bid. Look at that cake. Yeah, it's a Jerry Joyner cake. You know it's going to be fantastic. Let's get a great bid on that strawberry cake. Next item is Not Yo Mama's Banana Pudding. 7x11 Pioneer Woman casserole dish with cover filled with yummy banana pudding made with Cool Whip, sweetened condensed milk, and bananas. Donated by the Darnell family. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have strawberry cookies. There's strawberry cheesecake cookies, 2 dozen of them, donated by Haley Robinson. Let's get a good bid on the strawberry cookies. Did you find the cherries in there? Okay. Next, we have rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread. 1 loaf of Dr. Harper's famous rosemary garlic ciabatta bread, donated by Dr. Jason Harper. And if you've never had it, you're missing out. Next, we have snack mix, approximately 3 cups of almond bark snack mix Pecan halves, golden graham cereal covered in vanilla almond bark, donated by Emery and Melinda Bradley. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have crab bisque. It's a half gallon of crab bisque cream with corn, 1 sleeve of crackers, and an 8x8 pan of Brookies in a woven basket, donated by Katie Dow. Next, we have a corn salad, 1 quart corn salad. It has corn, onions, bell peppers, tomatoes, and mayo, donated by Charlotte Moody. Next, we have another rib dinner, 3 slabs of baby back ribs. Says they're a little spicy. 5 cups baked beans, 5 cups potato salad, 4 chocolate cookies in a plastic tub with a dish towel, donated by Connie Garrett. Let's get a good bid on the rib dinner. Next, we have a country ham dinner, an 11-inch ceramic plate with country ham, 4 cups of seasoned green beans, 4 cups sweet potatoes with pecans, 4 cornbread muffins, and 6 pieces of fudge, donated by James and Jane Robertson. Let's get a good bid on the country ham dinner. Next, we have farm fresh eggs, 1 dozen unwashed, donated for Brian and Tammy Nilsson by Chuck and Joy Boitnott. Let's get a good bid on the farm fresh eggs. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 12. Here are your bids. On the strawberry cake, we have a $100 opening bid by Jim Robertson. On the Not Your Mama's banana pudding, we have a $50 opening bid from Kathy Moore. Kay Faust opens up the rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread for $20. On the strawberry cookie, Haley Edwards opens those up at $20. Now Jim Robertson is back at $25. On the snack mix, Jackie Bundy says $10. On the crab bisque basket, Wayne Hicks opens that up at $75. On the corn salad, Linda McAdams said $25. Now Connie Garrett is back at $30. On the rib dinner, Linda McAdams said $50. Now Brian Nilsson says $100. On the country ham dinner, Connie Garrett opens it up at $100. And Jim Bundy opens up the eggs at $10. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Not Your Mama's banana pudding, on the banana pudding, Catherine Moore still at $50. On the strawberry cookies, Jim Robertson still at $25. On the rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread, Kay Faust was at $20. Now TJ Nash says $40. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the snack mix. On the strawberry cake, Jim Robertson opened that up at $100, and Rob Whitfield said $200. And now Tommy Moody says $225 on the strawberry cake. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the crab bisque basket, Wayne Hicks opened that up at $75. Then John Etheridge said $100, and now Rob Whitfield says $150. So Johnny Etheridge, Wayne Hicks, $200. $200 says John Etheridge. So Rob Whitfield, you're out. On the corn salad, Connie Garrett's at $30. On the rib dinner, Brian Nilsson's at $100. Connie Garrett's at $100 on the country ham dinner. And Rob and Katie Whitfield are at $10 on the eggs. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the strawberry cake, Tommy Moody is at $225 on the strawberry cake. On the banana pudding, Catherine Moore still at $50. It needs more. On the strawberry cookies, Jim Robertson was at $35. Haley Edwards now says $35. On the rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread, TJ Nash still at $40. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the snack mix. On the crab bisque basket, Rob Whitfield was at $150. Johnny Etheridge says $200. On the corn salad, Connie Garrett still at $30. Connie Garrett still at $100 on the country ham dinner. And Rob and Katie Whitfield are at $10 on the farm fresh eggs. On the rib dinner, Brian Nilsson was at $100. Linda McAdams said $125. Now Jim Bundy is at $130. So Linda and Brian, you're out on the rib dinner. It is at $130. Tommy Moody still at $225 on the strawberry cake. The banana pudding's going to go to Mary Catherine Moore for $50. On the strawberry cookies, Haley Edwards was at 35. Linda Gillespie now says 50. So Haley Edwards is out on the strawberry cookies. TJ Nash is going to get the ciabatta bread for $40. Jackie Bundy is going to get the snack mix for 10. Nope. Robertson. Okay, hold on. All right. So the snack mix is now at $15 by Jim Robertson. On the crab basket, Johnny Etheridge still at $200. Linda McAdams is now $35 on the corn salad. So, Connie, you're out there. On the rib dinner, Jim Bundy was at $130. Linda McAdams says $140. So, Jim Bundy, let us know if you want more. Connie Garrett's going to get the country ham dinner for $100. And Rob and Katie Whitfield are going to get the farm fresh eggs for $10. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the strawberry cookies, Linda Gillespie is at $50. Haley, do you want any more? Jim Robertson's going to get the snack mix for $15. Tommy Moody is going to get the strawberry cake for $225. All right. On the crab basket, John Etheridge is going to get that for $200. Good bid, John. Thank you. That's right. Go ahead. Corn salad, Linda McAdams is going to get that for $35, unless these are new bids coming in on it. Are those next slate, Terry? Okay. On the rib dinner, Linda McAdams was at $140. Jim Bundy said $150. Now Linda McAdams is back at $160. Jim Robertson is at $150, and then Linda McAdams $160. So does Doc want any more? $175. $175. $200. No? All right. Linda McAdams is going to get the rib dinner for $200. And Linda Gillespie is going to get the strawberry cookies for $50. That takes us through slate number 12, and we're going to head back to the station. We'll see you on the other side.
When it comes to protecting your home, honesty matters.
We have items being donated today by First United Methodist Church. Answering the phones and recording your bids are Spring Hill and Friends, and we've been having a fantastic time up here, and we've been having a great day thus far. After 12 slates, we are at $15,303 on the day. All right. As said, we've been through 12 slates. We're going to start slate number 13. First item up for bid is a pound cake with mixed. You're welcome. Is a pound cake with mixed berries. So you got the pound cake, and then you have a container separate of mixed berries, made from scratch. Cream cheese pound cake with a container of mixed berries, strawberries and blueberries, and a 13-ounce can of ready whipped cream in a 12 by 15 plastic basket, donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson. Let's get a good bid on the pound cake. Tracy, did you make that? From scratch. 3 what? 3 sticks of butter. So no fat. All right, we have grape salad, 8 cups. Grape salad contains nuts in a stoneware bowl, donated by Danny and Minette Veazey. Next, we have Hello Dolly brownies, made with brownie mix, chocolate chips, coconut, and pecans, in an 8x8 foil pan, donated by Darlene McKee. Let's get a good bid on the Hello Dolly brownies. Next, we have monkey bread. I haven't even said that yet. Next, we have monkey bread. It's a 9x13 pan of cinnamon and sugar-covered monkey bread, donated by Vicki Wheatley Boyd. Next item is a buffalo chicken dip and chips. 8x8 pan of buffalo chicken dip, shredded chicken, Frank's buffalo sauce, ranch, cheddar cheese, cream cheese, with a 14-ounce bag of Tostito scoops, donated by Michael and Megan Higgins. Let's get a good bid on the buffalo chicken dip. I believe we already have an open bid coming in through the phone. Next, we have a vegetable soup dinner basket, 1 pint of homemade vegetable soup, 2 small sleeves of Ritz crackers, a pint of Deborah's pimento cheese, includes pineapple, and 6 cornbread muffins in a reusable harvest basket with a tea towel, donated by Randall and Deborah Perkins for the Methodist Church. And we have a $35 opening bid by Jody Robinson. We have chicken, bacon, corn chowder. Chicken, bacon, and corn chowder. 1.5 quarts. Corn chowder contains chicken breast chunks, corn, bacon, onions, potatoes, and half and half, and 1 5x8 loaf of cornbread in a plastic rectangular crate, donated by Danny and Minette Veazey. We have some more of Chilcut's chops. 8 1-inch thick center cut boneless pork chops, seasoned and smoked, donated by Justin and Morgan Chilcut. Last time those went pretty high. Now's your chance to get them again, or bid on them again. Next, we have lasagna, 11x13 pan of lasagna made with ground beef and Italian sausage, donated by Mary Jane Murphy. And last item on slate number 13 is a ham dinner basket, reusable plastic basket filled with half Trollinger's pulled picnic ham, 8x8 potato casserole, 7-ounce cracked green beans, and Sister Schubert rolls, 9 chocolate chip pecan cookies, donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Let's get a good bid on the ham dinner basket. Those are the items on slate number 13. Here are your bids on the pound cake with mixed berries. I'll start that off at 15. Darren Thompson. On the grape salad, Mary Catherine Moore opens that up at 20. Then Frosty says 25. Now Megan Higgins is at 30. On the Hello Dolly brownies, Jackie Bundy will start those at 10. On the monkey bread, Deborah Jasper opens that at 15. Then Megan Higgins says 25. On the buffalo chicken dip, Katie Whitfield opens that at 20. On the vegetable soup dinner basket, we have a $35 opening bid from Jody Robinson, and then Abby Taylor says 45. On the chicken, bacon, and corn chowder meal, Abby Taylor opens that at 45. On the lasagna, Bruce Reed opens that up at 50. On the ham dinner basket, Teresa McAdams. Now I know who the culprit is with that handwriting. Teresa McAdams says $100 on the ham dinner basket. On the Chilcuts Chops, Teresa McAdams opens that up at $100, and Mary Catherine Lowe says $150 on Chilcuts Chops. So, Teresa, you're out. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the pound cake with mixed berries, I still have that at $15. It needs more. On the grape salad, Megan Higgins still at $30. Jackie Bundy still at $10 on the Hello Dolly brownies. On the monkey bread, Megan Higgins still at $25. On the buffalo chicken dip, Katie Whitfield was at $20. Now Cecilia Hopper is at $25. Abby Taylor still at $45 on the vegetable soup dinner basket. On the chicken, bacon, and corn chowder meal, Abby Taylor was at $45. Now Connie Garrett is at $50. On the Chilcuts Chops, Mary Catherine Lowe is at $150. On the lasagna, Bruce Reed was at $50. Eric Bundy now says $55. Teresa McAdams still at $100 on the ham dinner basket. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Hello Dolly brownies, Jackie Bundy still at $10. On the monkey bread, Megan Higgins still at $25. On the pound cake with mixed berries, Kim Cox is now at $25. On the grape salad, Megan Higgins was at $30. Mary Catherine Lowe said $40. Now Carol Doster is at $45. So Mary Catherine and Megan, you're out. $50? $50 says Mary Catherine. Okay, we had $50 for Mary Catherine. $60 says Megan. Mary Catherine. Megan said $60. $70. $80. She can have it. Okay. All right, now we're at $80, Megan Higgins. On the Hello Dolly brownies, Jackie Bundy is at $10. On the monkey bread, Megan Higgins still at $25. On the buffalo chicken dip, Cecilia Hopper was at $25. Now Katie Whitfield is at $35. On the, again, grape salad, Megan Higgins is at $80. On the pound cake with mixed berries, Kim Cox was at $25. Now Wayne Hicks says $55 on the pound cake with the mixed berries. Now we're talking. On the homemade soup dinner basket, Abby Taylor still at $45. On the chicken bacon and corn chowder meal, Connie Garrett still at $50. Mary Catherine Lowe still at $150 on the pork chop dinner. On the lasagna, Eric Bundy was at $55. Now Bruce Reed comes back at $75. So Eric, you're out. On the ham dinner basket, Teresa McAdams was at $100, and now Jay Walker is at $150. So Teresa, you're out on the ham dinner basket. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Got quiet in here. On the pound cake with mixed berries, Wayne Hicks is at $55. Megan Higgins at $80 on the grape salad. Kim Cox at $25 on the Hello Dolly brownies. So Allison Evans, you're out. On the monkey bread, Megan Higgins was at $25. Now Deborah Jasper says $27. $30 says Megan Higgins on the monkey bread. On the buffalo chicken dip, Katie Whitfield still at $35. Abby Taylor is going to get the vegetable soup dinner for $45. It's sold. On the chicken, bacon, and corn chowder meal, Connie Garrett is going to get that for $50. Mary Catherine Lowe is going to get the pork chop dinner for $150. On the lasagna, Bruce Reed was at $75. Now Eric Bundy is at $80. $90 says Bruce Reed on the lasagna dinner. So, Eric, let us know if you want any more. On the ham dinner basket, Jay Walker was at $150. Now, Teresa McAdams is at $200. So, Jay, let us know if you want more on the ham dinner basket. All right, on the pound cake with mixed berries, Wayne Hicks is going to get that for $55. It's sold. Megan Higgins is going to get the grape salad for $80. It's gone. On the Hello Dolly brownies, Kim Cox is at $25. We'll let that go one more time. On the monkey bread, Megan Higgins is at $30 there. Deborah Jasper, let us know if you want more. On the buffalo chicken dip, Katie Whitfield is going to get that for $35. It's sold. On the lasagna, Bruce was at 90. Eric Bundy is at 100. Does Bruce want any more? It's at 100. 120, says Bruce Reed. Eric, call back if you want more. Keep him on the phone when he calls back. On the ham dinner basket, Teresa McAdams is at 200. There he is. On the Hello Dolly Brownies, Kim Cox is going to get those for 25. Megan Higgins is going to get the monkey bread for 30. 125 now, Eric Bundy. 130, Bruce Reed. Is he really on the phone? 135. 150, says Bruce Reed. All right, Bruce Reed is going to get the lasagna for $150. Thank you, Eric, for the bidding. And the ham dinner basket is going to go to Teresa McAdams for $200. All right, that gets us through slate number 13. Slate number 14 is a white coconut cake. It is a 3-layer, 9-inch white coconut cake. God, look at that thing. I mean, he had it down here, and then he'd pick it up. And a 3-layer, 9-inch white coconut cake frosted with buttercream frosting and covered with fresh coconut in honor of George Whitfield. Cake is on a red dinner plate donated by Jerry and Lana Joyner for First United Methodist Church. Let's get a great bid on the coconut cake. Next, we have buttermilk chest pie, 9-inch buttermilk chest pie donated by Steve and Linda McAdams. That needs a good bid as well. We have sourdough bread. It's a 7x8 loaf of sourdough bread donated by Haley Robinson. Next, we have an iced lemon blueberry loaf. It's an 8x3.75 loaf of lemon and blueberry goodness donated by Vicki Wheatley Boyd. We have country ham dip, 4x8 aluminum pan of country ham dip with flatbread crackers donated by Chef Mitchell Murphy, so you know it's good. We have 12 Cajun turkey sliders. Hey, is it possible to tilt those? Okay, I saw them. 12 Cajun turkey sliders. Look at that. I bet the 12 Cajun turkey sliders with poppy seeds donated by John and Jane Etheridge. Next we have creamy Italian soup, 4 quarts creamy Italian soup in a plastic reusable container, 14.5-ounce can of chicken broth, 4 sleeves of saltine crackers in a 12-inch round lavender tub with handles donated by Lynn Frazier. Let's get a good bid on the creamy Italian soup. Next we have chicken spaghetti. A 9x9 foil pan of chicken spaghetti has rotel and chilies and lots of cheese, donated by Carolyn Scarborough. Next we have breakfast sandwiches, 6 large breakfast sandwiches on English muffins with eggs, sausage, and cheese, ready to heat and eat, donated by Kathy Page. And last item on slate number 14 is a ham dinner basket, 17 by 12.5 white basket filled with half Trollinger pulled picnic ham, 8x8 potato casserole, 7-ounce cracked green beans, 8 Sister Schubert rolls, 9 chocolate chip pecan cookies, donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. Those are the items on slate number 14. Here are your bids. On the buttermilk chest pie, we have a $50 opening bid by Carolyn Scarborough. On the sourdough bread, we have a $10 opening bid by Jim Bundy. On the white coconut cake, $80 opening bid by Mary Jane Murphy, and then a $100 bid by Rob and Katie Whitfield. On the iced lemon blueberry loaf, a $50 opening bid from Jackie Bundy. And on the country ham dip, Tracy Wilson opens that at $30. On the creamy Italian soup, Tracy Wilson opens that at $30 as well. On the Cajun turkey sliders, Jackie Bundy opens those up at 10, then Kay Faust says 25. On the chicken spaghetti, Linda McAdams opens that at 25. On the breakfast sandwiches, Sam Lemons opens that up at 25, and then I'll do 25 on the ham dinner basket. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Thank you. After 13 slates, we're at $16,943 on the day. Also, before I go back to the other side, remember, silent auction items. If you're at home listening, we do have silent auction items that we are not going to present over the radio or have in-house tonight. They are all along the wall here at the convention center and in the hallway. That silent auction ends at 4:30, and the results will be available after 6:30. So make sure that you come in and take a look. On the white coconut cake, Rob and Katie Whitfield still at $100. On the buttermilk chess pie, Carolyn Scarborough still at $50. On the sourdough bread, Cecilia Hopper now at $20. Jackie Bundy still at $50 on the ice lemon blueberry loaf. On the country ham dip, Tracy Wilson was at $30. Linda McAdams is now at $40. So Tracy, you're out on the country ham dip. On the creamy Italian soup, Tracy Wilson still at $30. Kay Faust still at $25. Kay Faust still at $25 on the Cajun turkey sliders. Now we have a $30 bid on the sliders, Jim Robertson. On the chicken spaghetti, $25 still, Linda McAdams. On the breakfast sandwiches, Sam Lemons was at $25, then Megan Higgins said $30. Now Katie Whitfield is at $35. On the ham dinner basket, I had it at $25, then Linda Fields said $50, and now Jay Walker is at $100. That's where it needs to be. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the white coconut cake, Rob and Katie Whitfield still at $100. Carolyn Scarborough still at $50 on the buttermilk chess pie. Cecilia Hopper still at $20 on the sourdough bread. On the iced lemon blueberry loaf, Jackie Bundy was at $50. Teresa McAdams now at $70. On the country ham dip, Linda McAdams was at $40. Now, then Eric Bundy said $50. Now Tracy Wilson is at $60. So Eric and Linda, y'all are out on the country ham dip. All right. On the Cajun turkey sliders, Jim Robinson still at $30. I'll do $35 on those. On the creamy Italian soup, Tracy Wilson still at $30. On the chicken spaghetti, Linda McAdams was at $25, then Jim Robertson said $30. Now Linda McAdams is at $35. Well, he's going to have to go to $45 because Kay is at $40. All right, Linda McAdams, $35 on the chicken spaghetti. Kay Faust is at $40 on the Cajun turkey sliders. On the breakfast sandwiches, Katie Whitfield still at $35. And on the ham dinner basket, Jay Walker is at $100. All right, we're going to start selling items because there haven't been any new bids. On the white coconut cake, Rob and Katie Whitfield, they're going to get that for $100. It is sold. Cake is sold. Just sold. On the buttermilk chess pie, Carolyn Scarborough is going to get that for $50. It's sold. On the sourdough bread, Cecilia Hopper was at $20. Now Mitzi Parrish is at $40 on the sourdough bread. So Cecilia, let us know if you want any more. We have new bids on the ice lemon blueberry loaf. Jackie Bundy was at $50. Then Teresa McAdams said $70. Now Mitzi Parrish is at $75 on the blueberry loaf. So Teresa, do you want any more? Teresa, did you want any more on the blueberry loaf? It is at $75. 90? All right, Teresa McAdams now at $90 on the blueberry loaf. Mitzi Parrish, let us know if you want more. On the country ham dip, Tracy Wilson was at $60. Now, it's now at $70, Eric Bundy. 80 says Tracy Wilson on the country ham dip. All right. On the turkey sliders, Kay Faust still at $40. Tracy Wilson is going to get the creamy Italian soup for $30. On the chicken spaghetti, Linda McAdams was at $35. Jim Robertson said $40. Now Linda came back at $45. Doc, do you want any more on that? Nope, it says he's done. Linda McAdams is going to get that for 40. On the breakfast sandwiches, Megan Higgins, 37. Megan Higgins said 40. Fives and zeros. That's what we like. Fives and zeros. Ham dinner basket. Jay Walker is going to get that for $100. It's sold. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. All right. On the sourdough bread, Mitzi Parrish is at $40 still. We got a new bid coming in.
What is it?
On the blueberry loaf, Mitzi Parrish is now at 100. Teresa, it's now at 100. The blueberry loaf.
Jim Bundy. Okay.
You good? Okay. Mitzi Parrish is going to get the blueberry loaf for $100. On the country ham dip, Eric Bundy now has that at 90. Tracy Wilson. Do you want any more? No, you're done? All right, Eric Bundy's going to get the country ham dip for $90. On the sourdough bread, we have a new bid by Jim Bundy for $50. Mitzi Parrish, you're out on that. Let us know if you want any more. Kay Faust is going to get the sliders for $40. That's a steal. And the breakfast sandwiches, Megan was at 40. Now Katie Whitfield is at 50. Katie's going to get the breakfast sandwiches for 50 because Megan says that she's done. Mitzi, call us back quickly if you want anything else on the sourdough bread.
Yeah.
It's all gone except for the sourdough bread. Give you 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. All right, sourdough bread's going to go to Jim Bundy for $50. We're going to go right into slate number 15. First item is a bundt cake. It's a 9-inch orange juice bundt cake in a cake taker donated by Jody Robinson. Let's get a good bid on the bundt cake. Next, we have a chess pie, 9-inch chess pie in an aluminum pan donated by Hansel and Teresa McAdams. Let's get a good bid on the chess pie. Next, we have pecan butter Crispies cookies. 2 dozen pecan butter Crispies cookies in a round plastic reusable bowl donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. We have a hot fudge sundae loaf. It is an 8 by 3 3/4 loaf of chocolate brownie goodness topped with hot fudge sundae sauce and chocolate chips in a 5 by 11 covered aluminum pan donated by Vicki Wheatley Boyd. Right here. Next, we have spinach dip. 5.2 cups of spinach dip in a plastic bowl and a 12.7 ounce box of crackers donated by Danny and Minette Vesey. Let's get a good bid on the spinach dip. Next, we have a potato soup basket, 2 quarts of Dr. Harper's homemade potato soup, 1 bag of 8-ounce sharp cheddar cheese, 4-ounce bag bacon bits, small container of sour cream, 1 loaf of Dr. Harper's rosemary garlic ciabatta bread donated by Dr. Jason Harper. If you've never had it, you are missing out. Next, we have shrimp and grits, 1.5 quarts of shrimp and grits with Rotel tomatoes and cheddar cheese and an oval glass dish with a lid donated by Kim and Sammy Cox. This is the second one we've seen of these today. It's a New York strip steak dinner basket, steak dinner for 4. They are 4 New York strip steaks, around 3 pounds total weight. It's each 1.25 inches thick with a jar of black garlic and truffle rub seasoning, family-size Caesar salad, family-size Bob Evans mashed potatoes, loaf of bread, and 4 assorted mini pies, all in a large seagrass basket with a kitchen towel donated by Rob and Katie Whitfield. We have buffalo chicken dip. It's an 8 by 13 inch pan of buffalo chicken dip with a bag of Tostitos donated by Susan Rager and Jeff Mahan. Let's get a good bid on the buffalo chicken dip. And the last item on slate number 15 is a ceramic goblet or chalice, handcrafted blue pottery chalice / goblet donated by Robin Neubauer for the Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on that. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 15. Here are the bids. On the bunt cake, we have a $30 opening bid from Catherine Moore. On the chess pie, Don Richardson says $50. On the pecan butter Krispies cookies, Mary Jane Murphy says $50. On the hot fudge sundae loaf, Jamari Kendall says $10. On the spinach dip, Megan Higgins opened that up at $30. Then Jim McKee said $35. Now Carolyn Scarborough is at $40 on the spinach dip. On the potato soup basket, Jim McKee is at $50. On the shrimp and grits, Tracy Wilson said $50. Then Manette Veazey said $55. And now Mary Jane Murphy is at $60. On the New York, do we not have a bid on this? On the New York strip steak dinner basket, I'll open that up at $50. On the buffalo chicken dip, Jim Bundy will open that at $10. On the ceramic goblet, Jim Robertson opens that up at $15. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. It's already 75. Whoa. Hey, whoever just called in with this, well, never mind. They'll get it figured out. On the bunt cake, Catherine Moore is still at $30. Don Richardson still at $50 on the chess pie. Mary Jane Murphy still at $50 on the peanut butter Krispies cookies. On the hot fudge sundae loaf, Jamari Kendall was at $10. Now Haley Robinson is at $15. On the spinach dip, Carolyn Scarborough still at $40. So Jim McKee and Megan Higgins, you're out on the spinach dip. On the shrimp and grits, Mary Jane Murphy was at $60. Then Sandra Crawford said $70. Connie Garrett said $75. Now Tracy Wilson is at $100. On the strip steak dinner for four, Jim Robertson is now at $60. I'll go $75. On the buffalo chicken dip, Jim Bundy started it at $10. Now Allison Evans is at $15. On the ceramic goblet, Jim Robertson still at $15 there. On the potato soup basket, Ron Thomas is now at $70. So Jim McKee, you're out on the potato soup basket. All right, we got a lot of movement on the shrimp and grits, and I'll come back to it. On the bunt cake, Catherine Moore, she's going to get that for $30. It's sold. On the chess pie, Don Richardson, she's going to get that for $50. Mary Jane Murphy is going to get the peanut butter Krispies cookies for $50. On the hot fudge sundae loaf, Haley Robinson was at $15, and now Tommy Moody is at $20. On the spinach dip, Carolyn Scarborough is now at $40. On the potato soup basket, Ron Thomas is now at $70. How much? Jim McKee is now at $80 on the potato soup. So, Ron Thomas, you're out. On the shrimp and grits, Tracy Wilson was at $100. Now, Connie Garrett is at $140. All right. On the buffalo chicken dip, Allison Evans was at $15, and Jim Robertson said $20. Now, Allison Evans, yeah, she's back at $25. My bad. $25. Okay. Allison Evans is back at $25. So, Doc, you're out on the buffalo chicken dip. Doc's going to get the ceramic goblet for $15. It's sold. All right. On the hot fudge sundae loaf, Tommy Moody was at $20. Now, Haley Robertson is back at $25. Tommy Moody, give us a call back if you want any more on the hot fudge sundae loaf.
90. Ron Thomas.
30.
Okay.
Deborah Jasper, 30 on. Oh, you know what?
I got 30 on the buffalo dip. Helping hand.
I missed it. I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. You're listening to WHNY FM 104.7 and WHNY AM 1000, Paris, Henry, Tennessee. I have been doing a good job until today. On the spinach dip, Carolyn Scarborough is going to get that for $40. It's sold. Okay, on the hot fudge sundae loaf, Haley Robinson was at 25. Deb Jasper said 30. Now Paulette Moody is at 35. 40 says Deb Jasper. 40 Deb Jasper on the hot fudge sundae loaf. Paulette Moody, you are out. On the potato, 40. On the, is that Moody? Keep him on the phone. Stay on the phone. On the potato soup basket, Jim McKee was at 80. Ron Thomas said 90. Now Jim McKee is back at 100. So Ron Thomas, you're out. On the shrimp and grits. Hold on, I'm gonna come back. Moody Realty now at $50 on the hot fudge sundae loaf. All right, she's Haley Robertson. You're out on the hot fudge sundae. Where's Haley? Do you want any more on the hot fudge sundae loaf? It's at 50. 55 says Haley Robertson. 65. 75 says Haley. On the shrimp and grits, Connie Garrett was at 140. Now Sandra Crawford is at 150. So Connie, you're out on the shrimp and grits. 200. 200 says Connie Garrett. It is. On the buffalo chicken dip, Allison Evans is at 35. Doc Robertson, you're out. Do you want any more on the buffalo chicken dip? 40. 40 says she's done. So Doc's going to get that for 40. Let's sell it. We didn't want anything on the steak dinner? Okay. All right. Ron Thomas now at 110 on the potato soup basket. Mr. McKee, where are you at? It's at 110. It's worth, what'd you say? 150? Oh, 115. My ears hear higher. 115 says Jim McKee on the potato soup.
75 is high right now.
80. 85 says Haley. We're at 85. You done? Kill it, cook it, or set it free. In memory of Fred McLean, kill it, cook it, or set it free. Let's go. Jim McKee, 115. Ron Thomas, let us know if you want something. 120. See, 150 would have been, he probably would have said I'm out. 140. 140. Connie, by the way, Sandra Crawford went to 210. It's at 210. All right. So Ron's done. All right. Jim McKee's going to get the potato soup basket for 140. Good job. Haley Robertson's going to get the hot fudge sundae loaf for 85. Great job. And then Connie on the shrimp and grits, it's at 210. 220? 220. There was a lot of fives thrown up there. All right. Is Sandra here? All right. Sandra, call us back if you want any more on the shrimp and grits. We are ready to go to break. It's at 220. The shrimp or the steak dinner is going to go to Larry Watson for $100. It's sold. The only thing I have left are the shrimp and grits. Right now, Connie Garrett has that at $220. Sandra Crawford, let us know if you want more within the next 15 seconds. After 14 slates, we are at $17,598. Fantastic. 10 seconds. Here we go. It's at 220.
It's at 220. 230. Just stay on the phone.
230. All right, that was quick and easy. Connie Garrett is done. Sandra Crawford is going to get the shrimp and grits for $230. Good helping hand bid. And we are going to head back to the station for another word from our sponsors. We will see you on the other side.
Middleton Lumber Company on Highway 640.
United Methodist Church. Darren Thompson, your auctioneer for the day. And working the phones, recording your bids are Spring Hill and Friends. We are through 15 slates, and after 15 slates, we are at $18,378. That's right. All right, we have 23 to get through today, and then I believe we'll have another 10 or so tonight. Again, don't forget about the silent auction. It ends at 4:30, and then the results will be available after 6:30 because there are a lot of items here in the building. So please take the opportunity to look through everything and make sure we get high bids in over there. All right, first item on slate number 16 is a carrot cake. It is a 3-layer carrot cake with cream cheese frosting in a 9-inch, looks like on a 9-inch plate, donated by Linda McAdams. Let's get a good bid on the carrot cake. We have some more of Not Your Mama's Banana Pudding. It's a 7 by 9.5 Pioneer Woman casserole dish filled with banana pudding, donated by the Darnell family. We have chocolate chip cookies, a baker's dozen of chocolate chip cookies in an 8-inch long paper tray, no nuts, donated by Steve and Linda McAdams. We have snack mix, approximately 3 cups of almond bark snack mix, pecan halves, golden graham cereal, and pretzels covered in a vanilla almond bark, donated by Emery and Melinda Bradley. Next, we have hot Italian sliders, 12 Hawaiian roll sliders with ham, pepperoni, salami, provolone cheese, and hot peppers with a 23-ounce jar of marinara sauce for dipping in a 9 by 13 covered aluminum pan, donated by Darren and Christy Thompson. I can tell you, Christy Thompson made these, and they are absolutely delicious. Next, we have chili without beans, 2 quarts of Dr. Harper's homemade turkey chili without beans, large bag of Tostitos chips, 8-ounce bag of shredded sharp cheddar cheese in a reusable container, donated by Dr. Jason Harper. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have chicken salad lunch basket, 4 cups chicken salad made with white chicken, celery, pecans, mayo, and lemon juice with an 8-ounce box, wheat thins, and 4 apple cinnamon cookies with shamrock covered dish towel in a reusable container, donated by Connie Garrett. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have stuffed pork tenderloin, 5.5 by 11 foil pan of pork tenderloin stuffed with chive and onion cream cheese and green chilies wrapped in bacon, donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson. Reheat and eat. Next, we have some cavattini. It's a 9 by 9 foil pan of cavattini with 3 kinds of pasta in spaghetti sauce, ground beef, onions, garlic, pepperoni, and mozzarella cheese. Thawing and baking instructions included, donated by Carolyn Scarborough. Let's get a good bid on the cavattini. Next, we have a handcrafted girl doll, approximately 21 inches tall, handcrafted doll with braids, a straw hat, and country-style dress, donated by Kay Stack for the Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the doll. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 16. Here are the bids. On the carrot cake, we have a $25 opening bid by Manette Veazey. On the banana pudding, we have a $10 opening bid by Jackie Bundy. On the chocolate chip cookies, Katie Whitfield opens those up at $20. On the snack mix, Ira Greer says $10. On the hot Italian sliders, Tracy Wilson opens that at $100, and then Megan Higgins says $130. $150? $150 says Tracy Wilson. Okay, perfect. Thank you. On the chili without beans, $10, Jim Bundy. On the chicken salad lunch basket, Jackie Bundy opens that at $25. Then Jody Robinson says $50. So, Jackie, you're out on the chicken salad lunch basket. On the stuffed pork tenderloin, Megan Higgins says $50. Darren Thompson says $65. $75 says Megan Higgins. Darren Thompson says $100. Done? That was quick. On the Cavatini, Jim Bundy says $10. On the Handcrafted Girl Doll, Jim Bundy says $10 there. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the Carrot Cake, Manette Veazey was at $25. Mary Jane Murphy says $50. On the Banana Pudding, Jackie Bundy is still at $10. On the Chocolate Chip Cookies, Katie Whitfield was at $20. Now Jill McLean is at $25. On the Snack Mix, Ira Greer is at $10 still. On the Hot Italian Sliders, Tracy Wilson is at $150. You done there too? On the Chili Without Beans, Jim Bundy still at $10. On the Chicken Salad Lunch Basket, Jody Robinson still at $50. On the Stuffed Pork Tenderloin, I'm at $100. Jim Bundy at $10 on the Handcrafted Girl Doll. And on the Cavatini, Jim Bundy was at $10. Now Joyce Bass says $15. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Phones aren't ringing. And I don't see our in-house bidders walking up here, so we're going to start selling quickly if no new bids. On the Carrot Cake, Mary Jane Murphy was at $50. Manette Veazey now at $55. Mary Jane, you're out on the Carrot Cake. On the Banana Pudding, Larry Watson's at $25. On the Chocolate Chip Cookies, Jill was at $25, and now Katie Whitfield's at $35. 40, says Jill McLean, on the cookies. So, Katie, you're out. Ira Greer still at $10 on the Snack Mix. Tracy Wilson still at $150 on the Hot Italian Sliders. On the Chicken Salad Lunch Basket, Jody Robinson still at $50. I'm still at $100 on the Stuffed Pork Tenderloin. Cavatini's at $20. We got new bids coming on that. I'll come back to it. We got... Well, we just got a $30 bid right here on the phone. Uh-huh. On the Handcrafted Doll, Jim Bundy still at $10. Manette Veazey still at $55 on the Carrot Cake. On the Banana Pudding, Larry Watson still at $25. On the Chocolate Chip Cookies, Jill McLean still at $40. Jim Robertson now at $15 on the Snack Mix. $20 now, Frosty on the Snack Mix. So, Doc, you're out. On the Hot Italian Sliders, Tracy Wilson's going to get those for $150. On the Chili Without Beans, Jim Robertson now is at $25. On the Stuffed Pork Tenderloin, I'm going to get that for $100. It's gone. Here. Whoever bid $35 on the Cavatini, we need a name. Who? Deb Jasper. All right. Deb Jasper, $35 now on the Cavatini. Well, I'll bring them back. Oh, sorry, Tracy. Hey, where did they? Yeah, we're going to bring them back. All right, they're going to remain gone. Okay. On the Carrot Cake, Mary Jane Murphy, $65. Do you want any more? Manette? You good? Okay. On the Banana Pudding, Larry Watson was at $25. Mitzi Parrish now at $40. On the Chocolate Chip Cookies, Jill McLean is going to get those for $40. On the Snack Mix, Frosty's at $20. Jim Robertson's going to get the chili for $25. Jim Bundy is at $55 on the Chicken Salad Lunch Basket. I'm going to get the Tenderloin for $100. On the Cavatini, let's see, we had some movement here. Jim Robertson was at $20, then Jolynn Pierce said $30. Deb Jasper said $35. Katrina Hicks said $40. And now Teresa McAdams is at $50 on the Cavatini. So if you're not Teresa, you're out on the Cavatini. Jim Bundy's going to get that for $10 on the doll. On the Carrot Cake, Mary Jane Murphy's going to get that for $65. Is Larry here? No. He's gone? Okay. All right, I'll let that go one more time. Mitzi Parrish is at $40. On the Snack Mix, Frosty's going to get that for $20. Jim Bundy at $55 on the Chicken Salad Lunch Basket, and Teresa McAdams at $50 on the Cavatini. I know that was hot and heavy there for a second. So if y'all want anything else, let me know quickly. We have 3 items left. We have the banana pudding. Mitzi Parrish is at 40. Jim Bundy. Katrina's done. Okay. Jim Bundy is 55 on the chicken salad. And then Cavatini, we're going to sell it to Teresa McAdams for $50. Jim Bundy's going to get the chicken salad lunch basket for $55. And the banana pudding's going to go to Mitzi Parrish for $40. That takes us through slate number 16. First item on slate number 17 is old-fashioned caramel cake. It's an 8-inch, 3-layer caramel cake with caramel icing, donated by Jim and Jackie Bundy. We have a chocolate chess pie, 9-inch chocolate chess pie on an 11-inch plastic decorative plate, donated by Tim and Cindy Carter. Next, we have the Kentucky bourbon balls, 45 bourbon balls, dipped in chocolate, topped with pecan half, made with Woodford Reserve in a glass jar, donated by Brian and Tammy Nilsson. Always a popular item. Next, we have almond bark snack mix, approximately 3 cups of almond bark snack mix of pretzels, pecan halves, and golden grams covered in a vanilla almond bark, donated by Emery and Melinda Bradley. Next, we have Tennessee Sin Dip and Crackers, 9-inch foil pan of dip with 8.5 ounce box of wheat thins, heat and eat, donated by Craig and DG Lax. Let's get a good bid on the Tennessee Sin Dip. Next, we have chicken tetrazzini. It's a 13 by 9 pan of chicken tetrazzini, linguine pasta, chicken breast, chicken soup, sour cream, chicken broth, Parmesan, and mozzarella cheese, donated by Larry and Glenda Watson. Next, we have a Sunday breakfast box. It's an looks like, is that an 8-inch? Is that an 8 by 8? Okay, looks like an 8 by 8 aluminum foil pan of looks like egg sausage, cheese casserole, 4 cups of homemade fruit salad, 8 blueberry muffins, and 8 blueberry muffins with lemon drizzle, and then 2 11-ounce bottles of orange juice, just heat and eat, donated by Mary Kate Ridgway. Let's get a good bid on that. Next, we have pimento cheese and vegetable soup in a reusable basket with a tea towel. It's a pint of Deborah's pimento cheese and pineapple with pineapple, and a pint of homemade vegetable soup, crackers, and 6 cornbread muffins, donated by Randall and Deborah Perkins. Next, we have meatball and marinara basket, 2 quarts of Dr. Harper's homemade meatballs and marinara made with beef, Italian sausage, and lamb, a pound box of Barilla spaghetti, a 6-ounce package of shredded Parmesan, and 1 loaf of his famous rosemary and garlic ciabatta bread, all in a reusable plastic bin, donated by Dr. Jason Harper. And if you've never had the meatballs and marinara, they are very good. Next, we have a maintenance agreement. It is a 1-year residential HVAC VIP maintenance agreement. Includes 2 maintenance visits, discount on repairs and replacements up to 2 residential HVAC units, call to schedule, donated by Michael Cully at Cully Mechanical Services for First Methodist Church. Let's get a good bid on the maintenance agreement. Those are the items on slate number 17. Here are your bids. Thanks, David. On the old-fashioned caramel cake, Mary Jane Murphy opened that up at $50. Now, Allie Looney at $100 on the caramel cake. Wondering if that's not Ann. Yeah, Allie Looney. Okay. Nope, you're good. On the bourbon balls, Mary Jane Murphy opened those up at $50. Then Bob Linden said $55. And now Brian Nielsen is at $100 on the bourbon balls. On the snack mix, $10 Ira Greer on the snack mix. On the Tennessee Sin Dip, we have a $30 opening bid by Mary Catherine Lowe. On the Sunday breakfast box, Teresa McAdams opened that up at $50. Now Connie Garrett is at $75. On the chicken tetrazzini, Manette Veazey opened that up at $25. Now Paulette Moody is at $50. On the pimento cheese and vegetable soup, Jody Robinson is at 40. On the meatball and marinara basket, Jody Robinson opened that up at 40. Now Jim McKee is at 50. On the maintenance agreement, Nancy Moore says $100 on the maintenance agreement, and it is worth it. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. All right. On the old-fashioned caramel cake, Allie Looney still at $100. Eric Bundy, $10 on the chess pie. Ira Greer is at $10 on the almond bark snack mix. On the Kentucky bourbon balls, Brian Nielsen was at $100. Now Don Richardson says $110. 120 now on the bourbon balls. Who is it? Brian. All right, Brian Nielsen, 120 on the bourbon balls. Mary Catherine Lowe still at $30 on the Tennessee Sin Dip. Paulette Moody still at $50 on the chicken tetrazzini. Connie Garrett still at $75 on the Sunday breakfast box. Jody Robinson still $40 on the pimento cheese. On the meatball and marinara, Jim McKee still at $50. $200 now on the maintenance agreement. Deb Nelson. We did have a $125 bid from Robin Atkinson, but now it is at $200 by Deb Nelson. I got that. 731-644-1695 is your Helping Hand phone number. On the caramel cake, Allie Looney still at $100. If there are no new bids next time around, that's going to sell. On the chocolate chess pie, same thing there. $10, Eric Bundy. Brian Nielsen's at $120 on the Kentucky bourbon balls. On the snack mix, Ira Greer's at $10. Mary Catherine Lowe is at $30 on the Tennessee Sin Dip. On the chicken tetrazzini, Paulette Moody is at $50. On the breakfast box, Connie Garrett still at $75. On the pimento cheese, Jody Robinson still at $40. On the meatballs and marinara, Jim McKee was at $50. Ron Thomas said $60. And now Sandra Crawford is at $75. So, Ron and Jim, you're out on the meatballs marinara. On the maintenance agreement, Deb Nelson was at $200. Now Nancy Moore is at $225. All right. There's a lot of items that we're about to sell because there have been no new bids. The old-fashioned caramel cake is going to Allie Looney for $100. Chocolate chess pie is going to Eric Bundy for $10. On the Kentucky bourbon balls, Brian Nielsen is at $120. We'll let those go another time around. Jim Robertson is now at $15 on the snack mix. Mary Catherine Lowe is going to get the Tennessee Sin Dip for $30. Paulette Moody is going to get the chicken tetrazzini for $50. Connie Garrett is going to get the breakfast box for $75. On the pimento cheese, Jody Robinson was at $40. Jim Robinson is now at $45. And who? $50. Mary Catherine Lowe now at $50 on the pimento cheese. Doc, you were at $45. Do you want any more? Nope. On the maintenance agreement, Mary Catherine Moore. Who did you got Low? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. On the meatball and marinara, Sandra Crawford was at $75. Rod Whitfield said $90. Now Ron Thomas is at $100 on the meatball and marinara. So Rob Whitfield, Sandra Crawford, you're out on the meatball. Maintenance agreement, Nancy Moore's at $225. All right, phones just stopped ringing. Brian Nielsen is going to get the bourbon balls for $120. Jim Robertson is going to get the snack mix for $15. On the pimento cheese and vegetable soup, Doc said he was done, so Mary Catherine Lowe is going to get the, what is that, the pimento cheese for $50. All right, on the meatball and marinara, Ron Thomas is at $100. Rob Whitfield, let us know if you want any more. Sandra Crawford as well, you're out on that. On the maintenance agreement, Nancy Moore is at $225. These are the last two items that I have. After 16 slates, we are at $18,900 and $33. Hey, can we get that total for last Saturday? 29 something? 29? Yeah, we do have a long way to go. All right. Well, the number's 30,000. That's what we need to hit today. No less. All right. The meatball and marinara baskets can go to Ron Thomas for $100, and Nancy Moore is going to get the maintenance agreement for $225. All right. First item on slate number 18, then we'll take a break after 18. We have an eclair dessert. It's an 8x8 eclair dessert made with pudding, Cool Whip, graham crackers, and chocolate, donated by Bonnie Stiles. We have a peanut butter pie made in an 8-inch chocolate pie crust with crunchy peanut butter and topped with Butterfinger bits, donated by Danny and Minette Vesey. We have caramel nut clusters made with butterscotch bits, peanut butter bits, and mixed nuts in a reusable container, donated by Charlotte Moody. Next we have homemade salsa. It's a 24-ounce homemade salsa with tomatoes, jalapeno peppers, red onions, serrano peppers, and cilantro, with a bag of Tostitos scoops in a 9x12 plastic basket, donated by Darren and Christy Thompson. Next we have smoked cream cheese, 8-ounce cream cheese, smoked and seasoned with Killer Hogs barbecue rub, box of wheat thins, and a jar of red pepper jelly included to go with cheese, donated by Kim and Sammy Cox. On the salsa, Nolan Poteet says 25. On the vegetable beef soup, we have 1 quart homemade beef vegetable soup, 1 small loaf of homemade wheat bread, and 6 brownies in a reusable plastic basket, donated by Kathy Page. Next, we have pork tenderloin slices on 6 Sister Schubert rolls, ready to eat, donated by Jason, Tracy, Kennan, and Jaden Wilson. Next, we have cowboy cornbread casserole, 9x13 pan of casserole made with ground beef, corn, ranch-style beans, and Mexican cheese with cornbread topping. Includes bag of sweet kale salad mix, donated by Connie Garrett. Next, we have a chicken pot pie. It's an 8x8 pan of chicken pot pie, donated by Steve and Linda McAdams. And last item on slate number 18. Yes. Last item on slate number 18 is a Southern breakfast basket. 2 boxes of Krusty's pancake mix, 24 ounces Mrs. Butterworth syrup, 10 ounces strawberry preserves, 12-ounce Dunkin' coffee, 4-ounce chopped pecans in a plastic tub, donated by Reverend Jackie Gardner. Let's get a good bid on the Southern breakfast basket. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. Those are the items on slate number 18. Here are the bids. On the eclair dessert, $10 opening bid by Jackie Bundy. On the peanut butter pie, Megan Higgins opens that up at $30. Is that not? We already have. Well, I'll come to it. On the peanut butter pie, Megan Higgins, $30. On the caramel nut clusters, Connie Garrett, $30. On the homemade salsa, $25, Nolan Poteet. On the cream cheese, Mary Catherine Lowe opened that at $40. Now Jay Walker is at $50. So, Darlene, we already had a $50 bid on that $40 that you sent up. On the pork tenderloin slices, Megan Higgins opens that at $40. On the cowboy cornbread casserole, Linda Fields is at $25. Did we have a bid on the phone? 10, Jackie Bundy. On the vegetable beef soup. Thank you. On the chicken pot pie, Darlene McKee is at $35. On the Southern breakfast basket, we have a $10 opening bid by Jim Bundy. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. What? I did. That's okay. Not even halfway done. On the eclair dessert, Jackie Bundy's at $10 still. On the peanut butter pie, Megan Higgins was at 30. Tommy Moody says 40. On the caramel nut clusters, Connie Garrett is at 30. Nolan Poteet still at 25 on the homemade salsa. On the smoked cream cheese, Jay Walker was at 50. The Mary Catherine said 55. Now Robert Darnell is at 60. $65, is that what I see? Do I see 65 back there? 65, Darlene McKee on the smoked cream cheese. On the vegetable beef soup, Jim Bundy still at $10. Megan Higgins still at 40 on the pork tenderloin slices. On the cowboy cornbread casserole, Linda Fields was at 25. Now Jim Robertson is at 30. On the chicken pot pie, Darlene McKee was at 35. Now Jill McLean is at 45. Oh, she wasn't looking at me. On the Southern breakfast basket, we have a $30 bid from Teresa McAdams. 731-644-1695 is your helping hand phone number. On the eclair dessert, Jackie Bundy was at 10. Jim Robertson said 15. Now Deb Jasper is at 20. On the peanut butter pie, Tommy Moody was at 40. Now Megan Higgins is at 50. Connie Garrett still at 30 on the caramel nut clusters. Nolan Poteet still at 25 on the homemade salsa. On the smoked cream cheese, Darlene McKee is at $65. 75, says Mary Catherine. All right, 75, Mary Catherine Lowe on the smoked cream cheese. On the vegetable beef soup, go ahead and write it down. On the pork tenderloin slices, Megan Higgins is at $40. If there are no new bids next time around, you got okay. On the cowboy cornbread casserole, Jim Robertson was at 30. Linda Fields is now at 40. Haley Edwards is now at 45 on the pork tenderloin slices. Megan, you're out. 45. We got 45.
We already got 45,
Tracy. We already. 50, says Megan Higgins on the pork tenderloin slices. All right, Linda Fields is at $40 on the cowboy cornbread casserole. Jim Bundy is at 50 on the chicken pot pie. 55, says Jill McLean on the chicken pot pie. On the Southern breakfast basket, Teresa McAdams is still at 30. It needs more. On the eclair dessert, Deb Jasper is at 20. On the peanut butter pie, Tommy Moody is now at 55. 60, says Megan Higgins. Just had $60 on the pot pie. 75, says Jill McLean. All right, peanut butter pie, Megan Higgins is now at 60, so Tommy Moody, you're out. 60. Connie Garrett's going to get the caramel nut clusters for $30. Katie Whitfield is now at 30 on the homemade salsa. Nolan Poteet says 35. Nolan Poteet, 35 on the salsa. On the smoked cream cheese, Mary Catherine Lowe is at 75. I believe I saw Darlene say that she's done. Is Robert done? Okay. Well, then Mary Catherine Lowe is going to get the smoked cream cheese for $75. It's done. On the vegetable beef soup, Amber, all right, so Jim Bundy was at 10, Amber Brown at 15, Peggy Craig said 20. Now Amber Brown is back at 25 on the vegetable beef soup, so Peggy, you're out. On the pork tenderloin slices, Megan Higgins still at 50. On the cowboy cornbread casserole, Linda Fields still at $40. On the chicken pot pie, Jim Bundy is now at 80. 100, says Jill McLean. She said that emphatically. 100. All right, so Jim Bundy, you're out on the chicken pot pie because Jill said $100. On the breakfast basket, Teresa McAdams is going to get that for 30. It is gone.
I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on. Is that the breakfast? Okay. All right, Deb Jasper's going to get the eclair dessert for 20. Paulette Moody is at 75. Megan, you said you were done? Paulette Moody's going to get the peanut butter pie for $75. Katie Whitfield is now at $45 on the homemade salsa. Nolan Poteet says 50. On the vegetable beef soup, Peggy Craig was at 30. Now Katrina Hicks is at $35. So Peggy, you're out. So is Amber. On the vegetable beef soup, Katrina Hicks has it at $35. On the pork tenderloin slices, Megan Higgins is going to get those for $50. They're gone. On the cowboy cornbread casserole, Linda Fields is going to get that for $40. It's gone. On the chicken pot pie, Jill was at 100. Jim Bundy said 110. Jill said 125. Came back at 125. Right? Okay. So Jim Bundy, you're out on the chicken pot pie. Jill McLean has it at 125. Said let her have it. Perfect. Jill McLean's going to get the chicken pot pie for 125. Thank you, Jill. Katie Whitfield, let us know if you want any more on the salsa. It is at $50. Nolan Poteet has it. On the vegetable beef soup, Katrina Hicks is at $35. Peggy Craig, Amber Brown, you're out. Let us know quickly if you want any more. After 17 slates, we're at $19,708. Only $10,042 short from tying last week. Just letting y'all know. Just an FYI. Okay. That was total for last week, right? Yep. Is that a fancy way of saying technical difficulties?
Landmark Realty
just
is
let
focused
everybody
on
know
building
that
relationships with
say
our
that again,
customers.
Alan.
Your satisfaction and happiness is more important to us than closing
with the
deals.
live
We are
stream.
committed to serving you by meeting your real estate and auction needs. Buying or selling your home can be an emotional experience. Our real estate agents offer compassion.